Z Farms, Sat Foods, Integrated Dairies Limited, Arla Foods procured and distributed more than 9,600 milk cans to dairy households across the Aldin state.
Da yake mu da mata mu ba suna ɗaukar nono suna kaiwa gari ba, to ya kai ya kawo ina ga daga nan an ɗauki madara a jarkoki irin ce ma fasta an kai nan ƙarfi nan imawa nan wancan gari da ana gaya butalawa. To ina ga waɗannan wurare nan ne ake samun mace ɗaya a haɗa mata wannan madara ta kai da je ta sayar domin ta karɓo waɗannan kuɗaɗe tunda ba tallan ne suke zuwa.
Da safe karfe 7 zan fara tatsan ƙananan kafin su tafi wurin gamaɗa. Sannan in suka dawo karfe 10 zuwa 11 in tatsi manya. To kuma ina yi da safe ina yi da yamma. Akwai lokacin da shanu in suka tashi nakan samu 10,000 nakan samu 11. To in shanu na nan zan iya samun 20 da wani abu har 30.
In ka je ba lallai ka sayar a baka kuɗin hannu ba. Amma yanzu zuwan yi mun samu ci gaba.
Gaskiya shirin yana taimakon ya fara taimakon mu a lokacin da muna jin daɗin abubuwan haka. Amma ko yanzu ma muna jin daɗin haka saboda yanzu ba mu da wahalan da za a ci za a sai da madara kamar irin na da ake shan wahala. Tun yana da madaran ma ba mu siya. Amma yanzu kuma ka samu ga kamfani na ma ba a siya a gidaje ba za a kai kamfani kuma a siya. A ga mun ji daɗin wani.
To sana'ar madara gaskiya muna jin daɗi da muna farin ciki saboda idan mun sai da madaran nan muna siyan abinci muna ga nan dai abubuwa masu inganci duk muna da kuɗin madara saboda kuma sana'a ta haɓaka muna jin daɗi sosai.
As part of the animal health component of the Aldin program, we have been able to train over 100 community-based animal health workers. We worked in conjunction with a VCN, a Veterinary Council of Nigeria certified trainer, to train and certify these community-based animal health workers. And after their training, they were provided with the community animal health workers kit, which will enable them deliver animal health services like vaccination, routine treatment, animal husbandry services, and even advisory services to the farmers. So they don't work in isolation. These community animal health workers have been attached to veterinary doctors who act as their supervisors.
Bangaren Sahel, sun mana horo na sati biyu. Kuma na koyi allura dabbobi, kuma na koyi irin kamar bangaren kofatan saniya haga za ka sare shi. Din na koyi wannan da abubuwa da ga sanan daga kamar tiyata cikin saniya idan ya kumbura.
Akalla dai na yawan shanun da ba zan iya ma cewa ga adadinsa wadda na yau rigakafi ba kafin shirin Aldin, amma waɗanda na yawa a cikin shirin Aldin akalla ba za su gaza 4,000 ba.
Before Sahel, we lost our cattle because we cannot afford to buy drugs. They are expensive. We are losing at least 122. Sahel and Aldin, they have helped us greatly with drugs to cure the whole cattle within this zone.
Kafin zuwa wannan din da ana mana a Birnin Kudu rigakafin. Amma da zuwan wannan kamfani na Aldin, to abubuwa duk sun canja. Kamar dabbobinmu wasu cututtuka duk da suke yi, Allah taimake mu ana zuwa ana mana rigakafi har gida duk sun kau.
For cows to be productive, they need to stay healthy. In the Aldin program, about 84,000 cattle belonging to dairy farmers across Adamawa, Bauchi, Kaduna, Kano, Plateau, Jigawa, and Taraba states received annual and case-based vaccination against critical transboundary diseases such as CBPP, anthrax, and hemorrhagic septicemia. Some of these vaccinations are done in partnership with the state government.
The product in which the farmers deal with, which is milk, is something that is very perishable in nature. So a careful handling of milk is very important. That's why we train them on good hygienic milking practices so as to have a safe product, which is milk, for consumption and utilization by our processor partners as well. So we train them on a lot of hygienic practices that includes sanitizing the environment, sterilizing the equipment they use in milking and other dairy processes.
Sahel dai ta taimaka mana gurin gudanar da tsaftar muhalli da ta gida da kuma dai haka ta ɗakuna. Da kuma wannan ruwa da ya taimaka mana gurin tsafta.
Mu yi wanka mu wanke kayanmu, mu ba su abinci akan lokaci, ka yi ibada akan lokaci. Duk ba abin da ba ma yi akan lokaci.
It is important for dairy farmers to stay healthy. In the Aldin program, male and female dairy farmers learned the importance of dietary diversity and hygiene practices as a means to promote improved nutrition behaviors and outcomes in dairy households.
We've had a lot of positive from different communities. People are reaching out and clamoring for the cooking shows to be conducted in their community. By mere hearing stories from other local governments or other sites, or by mere witnessing it in other communities. It is such an instrumental and noteworthy activity. It's usually an eye-opener for them, and they will end up saying, oh, so this food group is really, this meal is really that nutritious.
Na shuka latas da kabeji da karas kenan a farko kenan. Bayan na cire latas ina kuma na sa alayyahu. Bayan in alayyahun ma ya zo na cire shi na kuma na sa yaji shambo da tattasai.
Tsakanin da Allah ban taɓa tunanin in yi lambu ba tunda nake don bana ma yi. Amma akwai 'yan uwana da suke yi don ma wasu shawarin da kan tambaye su ya ake kaza. Amma kuma tun da aka zo Allah ya sa ya haska ya sa kuma nima na karɓa wannan abin da suka ainihin zo da shi din na noman lambu. Tsakanin da Allah na ji daɗin shi.
Over 1,200 households have established gardens for the cultivation of nutrient-rich vegetables across 260 communities in Kaduna, Plateau, Kano, Adamawa, Taraba, and Jigawa states.
Bangaren noman lambu, kaga mata su kansu ya zame masu sanadiyar wannan gwajin da aka yi aka kuma yi. Aka kuma gaya masu yadda za su yi amfani da shi. To ya zama su ma yanzu har karɓar gona suke yi su tasu sanadin wannan lambu da aka yi saboda an yi shi za mu ci a gida kuma har ya wuce cin gidan ma har a ɗauka a sayar a sami wani abu.
Bisa ga training da sun zo sun yi mana a cikin lambun gida shine ya sa yau har na zo lambu na cikin rafi ina yi kuma ina samu isasshen kayan lambu. Nakan diba wannan kaya in kai building material in sayar in samu kudi. Gaskiya na gode ma Sahel. Sahel ta koya mana abubuwa wanda ya bude mana idanu wanda da ba mu sani ba.
We have achieved really huge successes for the home garden interventions. So far, we have engaged over 1,000 households for the home garden intervention. And this is a good result for us because across our different communities, we are seeing pockets of households where they identify this as something they can move forward. Some have also taken it to a stage where they expand to larger lands, they keep their household home gardens, and they expand to larger lands and grow other vegetables which they can sell.
Agent ne. Shi aikin shi wanke datti a jikin asuman mutum. Yau muna amfani da wannan.
To make farmers
Hello, my name is Ndidio Muneli, and I've spent most of my adult life trying to change narratives about Africa.
What struck me when I moved to the US was that the face of Africa was a hungry child. I'd go to dinner parties and people would say, oh, my mom used to say, finish your dinner. There are starving children in Biafra or Ethiopia or Eritrea. I'd see, pictures of these starving children in infomercials, in train stations, and it just made me so angry because that was not the face of Africa that I had grown to recognize in my own backyard.
The African food narrative is often misconstrued. What if we told you a different story? What if we showed you how Africa feeds itself and how Africa can feed the world? Meet the African Food Changemakers, a community of entrepreneurs changing the narrative about food in Africa. Watch how they do this through their small and medium-sized enterprises, which we believe are the lifeblood of the food ecosystem in Africa. But then, faced with the devastating impacts of climate change, global and local risks and shocks, and macro and microeconomic challenges, these entrepreneurs struggle to survive. Through training, funding opportunities, exposure, trade linkages, and a vibrant community fostering peer-to-peer collaborations, we're empowering entrepreneurs for global reach and recognition. Our programs and resources support climate resilience and adaptation, business development and entrepreneurship, gender equitable agri-food systems, international trade capacity building, and other key areas. With significant impact made since 2022, we are growing our community one agripreneur at a time and spreading our reach across the continent.
Hi, my name is Ngozi Roland Onyegonke. I'm the CEO of Foods and Spices.
My name is Bayo Adeboye. I'm co-founder and CEO of Agrovesto.
I am Shamaka Wakalo Egeba, also known as Chef Amaka, the queen of Afrofusion.
My success story cannot be complete without AFC. AFC is the way to go. If you're looking for the right network, if you're looking for the organization that will support you, both in capacity building, both in holding your hands.
The PRAISE program has really impacted us in a large way. In the way we work, we actually work with smallholder farmers, and a lot of them are in the rural area. They don't have this understanding. So what we've learned through the PRAISE program, we're now impacting it to the smallholder farmers that we're working with.
There are certain things that I got from the leading African women in food fellowship under the African Food Changemakers. And one of them is the mentorship programs. Indeed, I can't wait to show the world everything that I've learned.
Only AFC can give you that opportunity. Don't miss it.
Join us to be a part of our community and support our vision of 1 million successful and sustainable African agribusinesses recognized and respected globally. African Food Changemakers, nourishing Africa and changing global narratives. Partner with us today.
We need to support small and medium-sized agri-food enterprises by creating an enabling environment for them, providing training, catalytic financing, enabling them to scale. We also need to support women-owned businesses, especially those run by young women. We must collectively build a food ecosystem that works not just for us, but for future generations. Join us.
Hello, my name is Ndidio Kongkonguneli, and I've spent most of my adult life trying to change narratives about Africa.
What struck me when I moved to the US was that the face of Africa was a hungry child. I'd go to dinner parties and people would say, oh, my mom used to say, finish your dinner. There's starving children in Biafra or Ethiopia or Eritrea. I'd see, pictures of these starving children in infomercials, in train stations, and it just made me so angry because that was not the face of Africa that I had grown to recognize in my own backyard.
The African food narrative is often misconstrued. What if we told you a different story? What if we showed you how Africa feeds itself and how Africa can feed the world? Meet the African Food Changemakers, a community of entrepreneurs changing the narrative about food in Africa. Watch how they do this through their small and medium-sized enterprises, which we believe are the lifeblood of the food ecosystem in Africa. But then, faced with the devastating impacts of climate change, global and local risks and shocks, and macro and microeconomic challenges, these entrepreneurs struggle to survive. Through training, funding opportunities, exposure, trade linkages, and a vibrant community fostering peer-to-peer collaborations, we're empowering entrepreneurs for global reach and recognition. Our programs and resources support climate resilience and adaptation, business development and entrepreneurship, gender equitable agri-food systems, international trade capacity building, and other key areas. With significant impact made since 2022, we are growing our community one agripreneur at a time and spreading our reach across the continent.
Hi, my name is Ngozi Roland Nonyegonke. I'm the CEO of Foods and Spices.
My name is Bayo Adewoye. I'm co-founder and CEO at GrowVegetable.
I am Chiamaka Nwakalo Egemba, also known as Chef Amaka, the queen of Afrofusion.
My success story cannot be complete without AFC. AFC is the way to go. If you're looking for the right network, if you're looking for the organization that will support you, both in capacity building, both in holding your hands.
The PRESS program has really impacted us in a large way. In the way we work, we actually work with smallholder farmers, and a lot of them are in the rural area. They don't have this understanding. So what we've learned through the PRESS program, we're now impacting it to the smallholder farmers that we're working with.
There are certain things that I got from the leading African women in food fellowship under the African Food Changemakers. And one of them is the mentorship programs. Indeed, I can't wait to show the world everything that I've learned.
Only AFC can give you that opportunity. Don't miss it.
Join us to be a part of our community and support our vision of 1 million successful and sustainable African agri-businesses recognized and respected globally. African Food Changemakers, nourishing Africa and changing global narratives. Partner with us today.
We need to support small and medium-sized agri-food enterprises by creating an enabling environment for them, providing training, catalytic financing, enabling them to scale. We also need to support women-owned businesses, especially those run by young women. We must collectively build a food ecosystem that works not just for us, but for future generations. Join us.
Yes, I would say that we've achieved reasonable impact, especially around the engagement of policymakers in the development of the National Dairy Policy, which is the first of its kind in Nigeria. We've also equipped and trained a lot of persons to become skilled across different employment opportunities across the value chain in Nigeria.
Supporting ministries, the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock Development, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, and other relevant government MDAs, we established what we call the state steering committees. It has helped us to align the implementation of the Aldrin program at the state level with the overall objective for dairy sector development and the vision of the state government within those states. And that has been really, really very helpful. Can then really set a lot of things in motion to implement the National Dairy Policy itself. And we're currently in the process of also drafting a bill that will be submitted to the National Assembly of Nigeria for the establishment of a National Dairy Development and Marketing Board. All of these provisions have been made within the National Dairy Policy, and we're working with the Ministry of Livestock Development and all relevant stakeholders, including Kodan. Kodan is playing a very important role in this to ensure that we provide the needed support required to ensure that we establish this National Dairy Development and Marketing Board. This is very critical for the next phase of dairy development in Nigeria.
As part of the animal health component of the Aldin program, we have been able to train over 100 community-based animal health workers. We worked in conjunction with a VCN, a Veterinary Council of Nigeria certified trainer, to train and certify these community-based animal health workers. And after their training, they were provided with the community animal health workers kit, which will enable them deliver animal health services like vaccination, routine treatment, animal husbandry services, and even advisory services to the farmers. So they don't work in isolation. These community animal health workers have been attached to veterinary doctors who act as their supervisors.
Bangaren Sahel, sun mana horo na sati biyu. Kuma na koyi allura dabbobi, kuma na koyi irin kamar bangaren kofatan saniya haga za ka sare shi. Din na koyi wannan da abubuwa da ga sunan daga kamar tiyata cikin saniya idan ya kumbura.
Akalla dai na yawa shanun da ba zan iya ma cewa ga adadinsa wadda na yau rigakafi ba kafin shirin aldin, amma waɗanda na yawa a cikin shirin aldin akalla ba za su gaza 4,000 ba.
Before Sahel, we lost our cattle because we cannot afford to buy drugs. They are expensive. We are losing at least 122. Sahel and Adil, they have helped us greatly with drugs to cure the whole cattle within the zone.
Kafin zuwa wannan din da ana mana a birnin kudu rigakafin. Amma da zuwan wannan kamfani na Aldin, to abubuwa duk sun canja. Kamar dabbobinmu wasu cututtuka duk da suke yi, Allah ta taimake mu ana zuwa ana mana rigakafi har gida duk sun kau.
For cows to be productive, they need to stay healthy. In the Aldin program, about 84,000 cattle belonging to dairy farmers across Adamawa, Bauchi, Kaduna, Kano, Plateau, Jigawa, and Taraba states received annual and case-based vaccination against critical transboundary diseases such as CBPP, anthrax, and hemorrhagic septicemia. Some of these vaccinations are done in partnership with the state government. Farmers in Plateau, Kaduna, Kano, and Adamawa states to improve cattle breed through artificial insemination.
Initially, the farmers, they have their reservation about the artificial insemination because it is new. At first, we conducted a pilot phase for the AI, and the farmers were receptive to some extent, while some rejected intervention. And we understand the reason is because the technology is actually new to them, and it took a lot of convincing for them to actually adopt the program.
Over 1,000 local breeds were inseminated. The resulting cows will produce more milk for dairy farmers compared to the 1 to 1.5 liters per day of indigenous breeds.
Yanzu ga har mun samu ci gaba ana zuwa ana wa shanun mu baye kaga nan ma bangare ne nan zamu samu da kudin kama bai zama lallai ka samu ba.
Alhamdulillah dole mun ci wata wannan bangaren la muna da ƴaƴan murka mata da maza su kai guda muna da mata 6 maza 4 yanzu. Wata dalilin wannan bayani.
28 people have been trained to become artificial insemination technicians to create a market and the competence needed for sustainable access to insemination services at the last mile.
The most fascinating thing for me on the Aldin program is actually the people that we work with. The fact that we are able to revolutionize the way they do dairy is something that actually keeps me going. The joy on the farmer's face when they actually see their crossbred, their F1 being given birth to, the shock on their face, the belief, the happiness, the joy that so this thing is actually possible. And then, the feeling they have that so they too can actually one day get up to 10 liters of milk from their cow, is actually possible. So that feeling is actually something that keeps me going, It makes me want to do more.
The product in which the farmers deal with, which is milk, is something that is very perishable in nature. So a careful handling of milk is very important. That's why we train them on good hygienic milking practices so as to have a safe product, which is milk, for consumption and utilization by our processor partners as well. So we train them on a lot of hygienic practices that includes sanitizing the environment, sterilizing the equipment they use in milking and other dairy processes.
Sahel dai ta taimaka mana gurin gudanar da tsaftar muhalli da ta gida da kuma dai haka ta ɗakuna da kuma wannan ruwa da ya taimaka mana gurin tsafta.
Mu yi wanka mu wanke kayanmu, mu ba su abinci akan lokaci, ka yi ibada akan lokaci, duk ba abin da ba ma yi akan lokaci.
It is important for dairy farmers to stay healthy. In the Aldin program, male and female dairy farmers learned the importance of dietary diversity and hygiene practices as a means to promote improved nutrition behaviors and outcomes in dairy households.
Adds a lot of positive from different communities. People are reaching out and clamoring for the cooking shows to be conducted in their community by mere hearing stories from other local governments or other sites, or by mere witnessing it in other communities. It is such an instrumental and noteworthy activity. It's usually an eye-opener for them, and they will end up saying, oh, so this food group is really, this meal is really that nutritious.
Na shuka latas da kabeji da karas kenan a farko kenan. Bayan na cire latas ina kuma na sa alayyahu. Bayan in alayyahun ma ya zo na cire shi na kuma na sa yaji shambo da tattasai.
Tsakanin da Allah ban taɓa tunanin in yi lambu ba tun da nake don ba na mai. Amma akwai 'yan uwana da suke don ma wasu shawarar da kan tambaye su ya ake kaza. Amma kuma tun da aka zo Allah ya sa ya haska ya sa kuma ni ma na karɓa wannan abin da suka ainihin zo da shi din na noman lambu. Tsakanin da Allah na ji daɗin shi.
Over 1,200 households have established gardens for the cultivation of nutrient-rich vegetables across 260 communities in Kaduna, Plateau, Kano, Adamawa, Taraba, and Jigawa states.
Bangaren noman lambu, kaga mata su kansu ya zame masu sanadiyar wannan gwajin da aka yi aka kuma yi. Aka kuma gaya masu yadda za su yi amfani da shi. To ya zama su ma yanzu har karɓar gona suke yi su tasu sanadin wannan lambu da aka yi, saboda an yi shi za mu ci a gida kuma har ya wuce cin gidan ma har a ɗauka a siyar a sami wani abu.
Bisa ga training da sun zo sun yi mana a cikin lambun gida shine ya sa yau har na zo lambu na cikin rafi ina yi kuma ina samu isasshen kayan lambu. Nakan diba wannan kaya in kai building material in sayar in samu kudi. Gaskiya na gode ma Sahel. Sahel ta koya mana abubuwa wanda ya bude mana idanu wanda da ba mu sani ba.
We have achieved really huge successes for the home garden interventions. So far, we have engaged over 1,000 households for the home garden intervention. And this is a good result for us because across our different communities, we are seeing pockets of households where they identify this as something they can move forward. Some have also taken it to a stage where they expand to larger lands. They keep their household home gardens and expand to larger lands and grow other vegetables which they can sell.
Agent ne. Shi aikin shi wanke datti a jikin asuman mutum. Yau na amfani da wannan.
To make farmers financially independent, Aldin has trained the farmers, particularly women, in different entrepreneurship training.
An ƙungiyarmu kuma sana'o'in da muka samu da muka koya a ciki dai suna da yawa, amma kuma na fi samun abun nan haɗin kai a cikin ƙungiyarmu da na samu koyon shampo. Kuma da sana'ar shampo ɗinnan ne na samu yanzu na iya ina koyar da mutane ma.
Kafin zuwan wannan shirin da ba ma wani sana'a amma ƙarfin zamu da aka fara mana saboda ƙarfin gwiwan wannan abun ya sa muka fara sana'a muna ɗan tallafawa kuma muna samun riba muna samun ci gaba.
Na yi da nake yarinya karama duba da yanayin idan za mu kai ɗinki sai mun fita waje mun yi tafiya mai nisa shi yasa yanzu kuma na koma harkar sana'ar ɗinki na je na koya har na iya ina ɗinka kamar guda 30 a wata ina iya samun kamar 10,000 haka.
To wannan POS bayan ƙara shi da na yi a wajen sana'o'ina da nake da su aka ban shawara na ƙara da shi. To akwai abubuwa da na samu a ciki na ƙaruwa masu matuƙar muhimmanci don har ta kai ta kawo. Dan da ya kaga a ƙauye ne muke riga ce amma ta kai ta kawo muna da shago wanda ɗan abubuwan duk da ake buƙata za a saya a ciki a yi amfani da su su ma yanzu ba shi mace ta tafi wani guri da zummanin zuwa neman wannan abin duk sanadin kuma wannan POS shine kusan dalilin samar da wannan shago da aka yi.
More than 1,000 farmers belonging to cooperatives and community-based self-help groups have been empowered through financial inclusion and tailored income-generating activities to improve the livelihood of dairy farmers.
I would say the level of success has really been immense, looking at the lives of people that have been impacted positively and those who have now adopted new ways of dealing with their business partners and also how they are able to organize themselves and coordinate group activities, how farmers are now keen into financial inclusion.
Thank you very much, everyone. A beautiful morning to our distinguished guests, partners, leaders, colleagues. Welcome to the 2025 Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference. We're going to have a quick security briefing from the hotel team at Abuja Continental. And after that, we would officially kick off today's event. So once again, welcome. Please, if we have those who are still outside, can we please usher them in to get seated because we're about to get this event started. Once again, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You are welcome to Abuja Continental Hotel. My name is Saleh Mohammed. I'm the hotel safety manager. For your safety and security, deem it necessary to tell you the protocols as regards the use of this hall, so that from beginning till the end of the program, we will not record any incident. However, before I go further, if there's a need for you to use the convenience, very easy to get. You can just pass through this particular door, but if you are using that door there, you need to turn to the right. As you turn to the right, you see a scanning machine. Behind the scanning machine, you see two conveniences. The one to the left-hand side is for the female, while the one to the right-hand side is for the male. Aside that, today is not scheduled for a fire drill. Therefore, should there be a steady ringing of fire alarm bell for 5 to 10 seconds or beyond that, that suggests that something might have gone somewhere or it's a false alarm. However, whatsoever the reason may be, please do not panic, be calm, because we have emergency response team members on standby to do the needful. Will something go contrary to our expectation? Then, if evacuation becomes necessary, we have two assembly points. One, you can pass through any of this main entrance door, go straight down to the other scanning machine at the main entrance. You see 4 exit doors there. Just pass through any. As soon as you pass through, turn to the left, you see the muster point where you are expected to assemble based on your group, as others are having their event within their large equality hall. If assembling there will not be possible for whatsoever reason, we have alternative assembly point. You can get there by passing through these 4 exit doors to my left-hand side. As soon as you pass through, turn to the left, you see directional signages that will take you to the alternative assembly point. Then on the security aspect, this is a public place, though it's a controlled environment. Therefore, important that your personal valuable belongings, more especially a mobile phone, should not be left unattended. If you have a cost, leave where you are seated, maybe going to the convenience, tea break, or lunch. Please take note of that. It's very, very important. As we all know, it's not just peculiar to this place, it's a global best practice, so that we will not have a cause to complain of either loss, damage, or misplacement of any item. Just like other organizations, Abuja Continental Hotel will not be liable for any, so let us be guided. Then, in case of medical emergency, we have a certified first aiders available, do the needful, and whatsoever beyond our control will be referred to a hospital just a 5 minute drive away from the hotel to take further assistance on your issue. Then any other emergency that's not medical issue, you can just dial extension 8111 from our desk phones, or better still, talk to our staff, and will be available within 3 to 5 minutes to do the need. So without wasting your time, on behalf of the management, I wish you a successful program. Thank you so much.
Please, a round of applause for our safety manager. Thank you. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, leaders, colleagues. Welcome to the 2025 Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference. Please, can you put your hands together? So this is an annual gathering driven by Sahel Consultants' mission to transform Nigeria's agricultural and nutritional landscape. This year, we've gathered under a very important and timely theme. If you look to the middle there, we have the theme, Designing for Legacy, Building Resilient and Impact-Driven Food System. Now, this is not just another conference. One thing I believe this conference is about is a catalytic platform about Africa's future food system. So today in the room, we have partners, we have stakeholders, we have farmers, we have leaders, we have private sector and development partners. And we're all here with one question. And that question is, how do we build food systems that don't just feed us for today, but how do we build food systems that would secure our tomorrow? So these are the things we'll be looking at under the theme, Designing for Legacy. So one more time, I want to officially welcome you to this event. My name is McAnn, and I'll be serving as your Master of Ceremonies. And it will be my delight to guide you through today's conversation, helping keep the time, and also helping you have a great day today. Please, you can put your hands together. Thank you. So what should we expect from today's conference? It's a full-day conference, but we're looking at by midday, we should be done. But today, we're going to have thought-provoking keynote session from industry leaders and ministers shaping policies and practice. What else should you expect from today's event? We're going to have executive reflections on how we can move beyond project cycles and build lasting food systems. What else should you expect? Expect a powerful change maker spotlight. And of course, we're going to have interactive action roundtable where we would all be co-creating solutions for the Nigerian food system. And another interesting highlight about today's event is that we have exhibition booths that are featuring female, women-led agripreneurs and business owners. So it will be great that from time to time during the conference, you can step out, visit the exhibition booths, support our women-led businesses, and also patronize them. So once again, you are welcome. Please, you can put your hands together. So we deeply appreciate your presence, and I would quickly make a few introduction and to recognize our guests who are here. So this morning, what we'll do is I'll be recognizing our guests and dignitaries as they come in. So this morning, we're privileged to have in our midst the CEO of One Campaign and also the co-founder of Sahel Consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking of no other person than Dr. Ndidi Wunele. Please a round of applause for her. Okay, we also have the co-founder, the board chair, Sahel Consulting, with us this morning. Please put your hands together as we recognize the presence of Mr. Meswo Muneli. In our midst this morning, we have the head of section Green and Digital Economy, the EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Ms. Inga Stefanovic. Please can we put our hands together for her? Okay, we also have this morning the country director of Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, Ms. Dr. Michael Ojo. We're privileged this morning to also have in our midst the country director, HEFA International. Please put your hands together for Dr. Lekon Tobe. We also have this morning the deputy country director for the German Development Corporation, Dr. Oladoyin Olawaye. Please can we put our hands together for her? Thank you. She's representing the country director today. So one more time, you're welcome. So we want to recognize and welcome every participant, every stakeholder, every development partner funder who is coming from different parts of Nigeria to this year's conference. Please, I'm talking about you sitting here. A round of applause for yourself this morning. So I would keep making the introductions as we progress in today's event. But to officially open today's event, I want to make welcome a dynamic leader, a passionate agriculturalist, someone who is passionate about food system transformation and also youth development for the welcome address. I'm talking about no other person than the managing partner for Sahel Consulting, Mr. Temitope Adegoroye. Please can we put our hands together for him as he comes up on stage? So I was just informed that Mr. Temi stepped out. So we'll just give a few minutes to have him in for the official welcome address. But while we're waiting for him to come in, this is the annual gathering for Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference. So I'd like to do like a brief roll call. How many of us have attended this conference for 7 consecutive times? If you've been here for 7 consecutive times for this conference, can I see you show with a raise of hand? Oh, we have, please come put our hands together. 7 consecutive times is no small feat. Okay, so can we have those who have been here for 6 consecutive times? 6, do we have 6? 6-time participants, okay. 5-time participants. Okay, I see one hand there. Please can we put our hands together for him? So 4-time participants at this conference. Can you show it? Okay, I see more hands. Please put your hands together for them. 3-time participant. This is your 3rd time attending this. I see more hands. Please put your hands together for them. So can we see 2-time attendee for this conference? Okay, the hands are getting bigger. Please put your hands together for them. And the 1st-time attendee for this conference, can I see you raise your hand? Amazing. Please put your hands together for them. This is impressive growth. That means you've been coming. And the beautiful thing is, those of you coming here for the first time, We look forward to seeing you next year. And by next year, you shouldn't come alone. Make sure you're inviting another agripreneur so collectively we can keep transforming the Nigerian food system. One more time, a round of applause to all our distinguished guests who have honored our invitation this morning. Okay, so Mr. Temitope Adegoro is here. I hope you don't get tired of putting your hands together. Okay, please can we make welcome Mr. Temitope Adegoro. He is the managing partner, Sahel Consulting. We can do better with a round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I want to feel the energy. Supposed to be establishing the protocols, so I will do so. I know some of our dignitaries and honorable ministers are still on the way, but let me establish once and for all as they come in when they arrive. The Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, Honorable Idi Mukhtar Baya, the Honorable Minister of State, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Haliu Sabi Abdullahi, the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Agribusiness and Productivity Enhancement, Dr. Kingsley Uzma, the Chairman and Co-Founder of Sahel Consulting, Mr. Mezu Wuneli, and all of our esteemed board members present in the room, our Co-Founder and the current CEO of the One Campaign, Mrs. Ndidi Wuneli, the Deputy Country Director, AIZ, the German Development Corporation, Ms. Oladoyin Alawaye, the head of section Green Economy, EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Ms. Inga Stefanovic. Thank you so much for being here. Our valued partners and sponsors of this event, including the German Development Corporation, the EU support to agricultural value chain facility. Thank you very much for the support and partnership. The country director of Mastercard Foundation, ably represented by Ms. Bura Tunde Anjus, and a host of other team members. Thank you so much for being here. Country Director Care, Dr. Hussein Abdu. Thank you so much, sir. The Country Director Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, Dr. Michael Ojo. Country Director IFA International, Dr. Lekon Tobe. The Executive Secretary, National Agricultural Development Fund, Mr. Mohammed Abu Ibrahim. Thank you so much for your partnership and sponsorship. Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and fellow changemakers. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference 2025. Today, this room brings together some of the brightest minds and most committed hearts shaping Africa's food future. We gather not just to exchange ideas, because we understand that impact that lasts must be designed, not just delivered. Over the years, we have seen remarkable development efforts across our continent, and in particularly Nigeria, especially in agriculture and nutrition. We've witnessed projects that have delivered results, touched lives, and shaped hope. But we've also seen too many of these efforts fade once the funding ends. And that reality forces us to ask a very difficult question. What truly remains when the funding ends? True impact is not measured by how much we spend, but by what endures, by the systems, by the people, and the institutions that remain standing long after the spotlight fades. And so, the theme of this year's conference, Designing for Legacy, Building Resilient and Impact-Driven Food Systems, is not just timely, very urgent, super urgent. I know we have a very fantastic set of speakers today who will do justice to this topic, but while brainstorming on this theme at Sahel Consulting, various thoughts and questions came to mind. As an organization with many years of experience designing ecosystem solutions and implementing impactful programs, designing for legacy means asking the hard questions upfront. For example, will this initiative still matter when the funding phase ends? Will communities, institutions, and markets continue to drive impact long after the reports are written? Are we building systems that can adapt, endure, and outlive all of us? Too often, sustainability is treated as an exit strategy. At Sahel Consulting, we have learned that sustainability cannot be an afterthought. It must be the starting point, the lens through which we design every program, every partnership, and every policy. Designing for legacy means embedding sustainability right from the start, creating programs that are market aligned, that are institutionally anchored, and that are community driven. It is about building systems that belong to the people. Designing for legacy requires a shift in mindset. When we begin with legacy in mind, we shift from short-term fixes to long-term transformation. We move from dependency to ownership and from competing projects to institutionalizing and sustaining outcomes. It challenges us to see communities not as passive beneficiaries, but as active co-creators of change. At Sahel Consulting, we have witnessed this firsthand through many of our works. Our work in dairy, in seed systems, in horticulture, and across many other value chains. Through our dairy work, for example, we've reached over 63,000 farmers, most of whom now form part of a resilient ecosystem, trading millions of liters of milk annually. In the seed systems, we have enabled the release of new crop varieties, supported thousands of growers in achieving record yields, and strengthened institutional seed platforms. These are not just numbers. They are stories of ownership, resilience, and legacy. And through our horticulture and climate resilience initiatives, we're building market-driven solutions that empower smallholder farmers, promote regenerative approaches, and opportunities for women and youth to thrive. But we know there is still so much more to do. Many systemic issues persist. And that's why we're here today to learn, to challenge, and to co-create. So as we begin this conference, I invite us to engage with open minds and authentic reflections. Let us be bold enough, question our current models. Let us be honest about what has worked and what has not worked. And let us be courageous enough to design new systems that are resilient, inclusive, and built to last. Because at the end of the day, the real question is not how much impact we created today, but what will remain tomorrow when we're no longer in the scene. When the funding and spotlight fades or ends, and they always do, what should remain are strong systems, capable people, and lasting impact. Legacy is not built by one organization or one funder. It is built by all of us, policymakers, funders, entrepreneurs, ecosystem enablers, researchers, united by a shared commitment to do more than just deliver change, but create lasting impact. So I thank you for being here. Thank you for being part of this movement, because this has become a movement. Thank you for being part of this platform. And welcome to Sahel Food Systems Changemakers 2025. I thank you all.
Distinguished guests, I believe we can make that round of applause more resounding for the managing partner, Sahel Consulting. Thank you very much. He asked a very important question. When, as we keep talking, we would keep making remarks around the theme. And he said, will this initiative still matter after the funding cycle has elapsed? And also, how do we build systems that are resilient and that are built to last? So these are very important questions we would keep asking. And one thing we need to understand is that designing for legacy is just one step at a time, but we've taken that first step to convene today. So while Mr. Temitope was speaking, I'll just quickly recognize some other dignitaries who walked in. We have in our midst this morning the Country Director, CARE International, Dr. Husseini Abdul. Please can we put our hands together for him? Thank you. We also have the Country Director for Christian Aid, Mr. Temitope Fashola. Please can we put our hands together for him? Thank you very much. So we're going to have, the next segment will be a strategic reflection on the roles of Sahel Consulting and partners in shaping agricultural transformation. And to take that session, I'm talking about the chairman's address. Please, let's put our hands together as we make welcome the board chair, Sahel Consulting, Mr. Meswo Muneli. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. As board chair of Sahel Consulting, I'm extremely proud and inspired by the Sahel Consulting team. In case you haven't noticed, we have phenomenal individuals who are leading the organization. Temi Adegoroye, Chinedu Abara, Aisha Edeja, and we have over 100 team members of Sahel Consulting African Changemakers who work out of 5 locations in Nigeria. So, and an incredible team that very proud of directors here that we work very closely with, that I want to make sure I thank. Binta Max Binije, who's one of our directors. So thank you for the support that you've given to us on the board. And also the chair of African Food Changemakers, Oyi Imbeje, forgive me for your last name, for Oyi, who is the chair of African Food Changemakers. Thank you for your support of the work that you're doing. And as we do work in the ecosystem, it's important that we partner with different organizations and the government as well to implement, because without the government to enable policies that work, we can't do what we do. And there have been a number of different individuals that have been supportive over the years. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Senator Aliyu Abdullahi, has been very supportive. The Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Bagudu, has been supportive over many years as we've organized the conference, as well as the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development. So that support has been very key and instrumental for the work. Now, why do we do the work that we do at Sahel Consulting? And the theme here speaks to that importance of building resilience in the food ecosystem. We need to feed ourselves. Over 500 million people will be added to the Africa's population over the next 10 years. And these individuals need to be fed. And we're either going to do it with homegrown food or with imports. And in my mind, we need to figure out how do we do it homegrown, boosting yields, boosting efficiencies, enabling farmers to grow more, to be more effective. That work is extremely critical. We also need homegrown solutions, so not solutions that we take from other countries and then copy paste, but how do we leverage the talent that all of that is in this room that we have domestically to bring those solutions to solve real problems that we have and to address them. And then we also need to unlock the economic potential of our rural areas. We have half our population in rural areas. These are our parents, our brothers, sisters, cousins, many of us. How do we unlock this economic potential? Because if we don't unlock this economic potential, we will not be running at full steam within the country. And we can't do this alone. And Sahel Consulting is very reliant on many partners. And partners in this room that we're very thankful and grateful for all your support. And the EU has been very supportive, so thank you very much for your work over the years. Care International, thank you. Christian Aid, Michael Joe with GAIN, GIZ, and especially I want to also single out MasterCard Foundation and Gates Foundation, who over multiple years have been very supportive. And this ecosystem is really critical to make sure that we can achieve the change we all want in this country to address food security issues that impact all of us. So I'd like to welcome you. Thank you very much. And also to mention, our co-founder, president of One Campaign, is here in Didi Wuneli. And this is actually the first time both of us are together at the same Sahel Consulting Conference. So I'd like to welcome her as well. Didi, welcome. So we're going to kick off. And and my apologies. Also, sitting in front, His Excellency Peter Obi. Thank you very much for attending and for the work you do. Really appreciate you. Thank you very much. So I'd like to hand over and welcome, and we kick off the events for today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wu. One more time, please can we put our hands together for the board chair Sahel Consulting for that excellent remark. You know, a quote comes to my mind while he was speaking and recognizing the partners. You know, alone, there is little or nothing we can do, but together, there's a lot we can achieve. And to design for legacy, it's not one thing, it's not something one organization can do. But together, when we join our hands together, put together our resources, put together our ideas and commitment, there's a lot we can achieve. So we're excited to have you all today. And one more time, please, a round of applause for the board chair. He already mentioned that, but I would also like to recognize the presence of a distinguished leader, someone who is committed to national development. While he was speaking, we had the former governor of Anambra State and the presidential aspirant for the Labour Party walk in. I'm talking about no other person than Mr. Peter Obi, CON. Please can we put our hands together for him. Thank you very much. We're excited to have you. So the conference is already kicking off, and we're going to quickly have the keynote address. And the speaker for the keynote address is someone that every time you hear her name, you think about innovation, you think about integrity, you think about changing narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, she is a familiar face. She's someone who is constantly pushing for the transformation of the African food system, and also to see how we put African food on the global map. I'm talking about the current president of One Campaign, the co-founder, Sahel Consulting, the founder of African Food Changemakers, and co-founder Ace Food. Ladies and gentlemen, just recently, she had an additional decoration added on her. She became a doctor of, so it's a lot. Please can we put our hands together for Dr. Ndidi Wuneli. We can make it louder. We can make it bigger. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and privilege to be here. Excellencies, distinguished partners, friends, entrepreneurs in the room, public sector officials, NGO executives. It's truly an honor. I am so happy to be back in Abuja. I miss Nigeria. And unfortunately, I haven't actually been back in Abuja for over a year. But honestly, Sahel Consulting is near and dear to my heart. I am so proud of Temi and the team. Can we give them a round of applause? Our fantastic managing partner, Temi Adegoroye, and to our chairman, Mr. Mezimuneli, thank you for carrying the vision forward and for your passion and commitment. Our board members, Binta, Oge, Onyi, thank you for all you do, and those who are listening online. I've been asked to speak about legacy. And as you know, this is a passion of mine. And when I think about legacy in the Nigerian context, I'm often really concerned because many times we forget what legacy means. But I'll start with a few stories. In 2008, I was at the World Food Prize meeting in Oslo. At that time, I did not consider myself an agripreneur. I was the founder of Leap Africa, and I was doing a lot of work to change the narrative for young people and empower and inspire them to be change makers. And a man got on the stage. His name was Norman Borlaug. How many of you have heard of Norman Borlaug? Raise your hand if you've heard of him. He's considered the father of the Green Revolution. He was in his 90s, and that was his last speech. And he looked to us in the audience, and he actually started crying. And he said, I've tried my best to make us sure we can feed ourselves and feed the world. Now it's your turn to take the mantle of leadership. And I thought he was talking to me. Everybody in that audience thought he was talking to them. That day, Akinwumi Adesina was being honored in Oslo. And I thought to myself, this is a Nobel Prize winner. He's worked to combat the wheat-resistant disease. And through his work, Mexico, India, and many other countries were able to triple and quadruple their yields. And he's passing the baton on to me. I said, that is legacy. Who else can we think about today who has left a legacy? We just lost the great Nigerian, Christopher Kolade. How many of you have heard of Christopher Kolade, Ambassador Dr. Christopher Kolade? He has left a legacy. Not only in terms of how he lived his life, but how he inspired all of us. I'll never forget the story Christopher Kolade told, where he said, I grew up learning the song, Jesus Loves Me, This I Know. And one day I asked God, why did you make me Nigerian if you love me so much? How many of you have asked God that question? He said, I asked God, you could have made me Swiss, you could have made me German, you could have made me, what other country do we have represented here? You know, on the rankings of the best place to be born, we usually have Nigeria as one of the lowest, very sadly, right? And he said, God said to him, I made you Nigerian for such a time as this. I need you to be a light in this nation. And that's what legacy is about. And he was a light, right? I also think about another great Nigerian who died this year, Dr. Kanayo Wanze. How many of you know Dr. Kanayo Wanze? The first Nigerian to be the president of IFAD, right? The first Nigerian to be the director of the Africa Rice Center. I first met Dr. Kanayo Wanze at the World Economic Forum. When he was on stage, he made me proud. Proud to work in agriculture, proud to be in food systems, and proud to represent the best of us. And he left a great legacy. We also remember Wangari Maathai. Wangari Maathai was the first African woman to get a Nobel Prize for her work planting trees. It might sound very simple, planting trees, but she understood the climate crisis before many of us did. She left a great legacy, and I can go on and on and on. I think of legacy as how you're remembered for the work you did. What people say about you when you're no longer here. What inspiration you leave behind. And that's why legacy is so important to me. I think of Governor Peter Obi and the legacy he left in Anambra State. I happen to be from Anambra State, and I have to tell you that Governor Obi was one of the best governors in my lifetime, if not the best, from Anambra State. The legacy he left in the education sector in Anambra State is so unmatched. And I know firsthand because we have a small family foundation, and I happen to be from Oka. And I remember calling one day saying, oh, we pay some of the school fees of the teachers in my husband's village. I want to pay school fees of the teachers in Anambra, in Oka. and supplement their school fees. By the time I called schools in Anambra and found out how much teachers were making, I said, you don't need my help. Please, let's go somewhere else. Because they were making livable wages. They were comfortable, even the entry-level teachers, and that was a legacy in education. I'm not saying that just because it's here, I say that everywhere, and that is the importance of legacy. So legacy is enduring impact, it's influence. It's what a leader leaves behind, and it applies to all of us. Nigerians in the public sector, what legacy are you leaving? Nigerians in the private sector, what legacy are you leaving? Nigerians in development, what legacy are you leaving? Legacy means that you have values and integrity, and that when you have a role, you're not thinking about what you're collecting in that role. You're not thinking about the title you have. You're thinking about how you're going to make that role so impactful that when you leave that role, you'll be remembered forever because you moved it forward. Some people are remembered for wickedness. Some people are remembered because they destroyed institutions. Some people are remembered because they destroyed countries. But none of us in this room should be remembered for that. We should be remembered for the good work that we did to move society forward. Now, what does this mean in the context of food systems? Because food systems are critical. The chairman just spoke about the crisis that we have in our country. We know that people are down to 010 in many parts of Nigeria. For those who don't know what 010 means, especially our international friends, it means I skip breakfast, I have lunch, and I skip dinner. Not by choice, not because I'm trying to lose weight, but because I cannot afford a meal. And when I have a meal, it's often not a nutritious meal. Because if my life expectancy is, what, 54 in Nigeria? I just saw the data. I said we used to be 57, now we're down to 54. That shook me. And you can imagine now, as a CEO of a global organization, where they put Nigeria against other countries. And our indicators in the food ecosystem mirror indicators in countries like Sudan, Somalia, when this country can feed like Africa and the world. So what is holding us back from leaving a legacy in food systems? As I reflect on our journey over the last 15 years, I often ask myself, what have we achieved as an ecosystem? I want to ask you the same. What have we achieved? I see people who have given their best years to fighting for impacts in the food ecosystem. And I say we have not done enough. Our work is not done. Tell your neighbor your work is not done. Say it louder. Your work is not done. It's not a time to sleep. This is not a time to fold our hands. How can our children go to bed hungry in a land as blessed as Nigeria, with excellent weather, soils that, if nourished, can deliver excellent yields, with some of the best researchers and scientists in the world, not only in IITA, but in all our NARIs across Nigeria, with the brilliant minds in this room? How can our children go to bed hungry? Ask your neighbor, how can your child go to bed hungry? Because every Nigerian child is your child. Every Nigerian child is your child. And so when I think about what it will take to leave a legacy of impact in the food ecosystem, there are 4 things I would like to suggest. The first is that we have to have a vision that is very possible in our lifetime. I had the great honor of chairing the presidential panel when we created these Vision 2030, midterm vision for Nigeria 2035. And we went across Nigeria trying to ask people, what is the vision? And the vision we laid out is that every Nigerian child deserves a healthy meal, the opportunity to live a full and meaningful life and achieve their highest potential. Now, nutritious meal is important, and I'm thankful that GAIN is well represented here by Michael Ojo. Nutrition is important. Today, that vision is not being realized. Every Nigerian child does not have access to a nutritious meal. And for a meal to be available, accessible, affordable, it needs to be affordable, right? So right now, an egg, how much is an egg? Who can tell me the price? 1 egg. 300 naira. 450. I remember when egg was 50 naira. We used to say, last year, 2 years ago, so how can we have nutritious meals if a child cannot get an egg a day or a glass of milk a day? What does it take to have the vision that every Nigerian child should have access to affordable, available, accessible, nutritious food? That vision is important, and we have to share that vision. As an ecosystem, as a sector, we have to share that vision. We have to speak with one voice about that vision. Why is that vision important? Because it keeps the child at the center of our vision. Because when I was working with many of the stakeholders, you say, no, beekeeping should be number one. Somebody else would say, no, cassava should be number one. Another person says, the soybean value chain deserves our support. Do we fight in the ecosystem about which value chain should be elevated? Yes. Do we fight about how resources should be allocated? Absolutely. And what we forget is that who are we designing the ecosystem for? The Nigerian child. So if we're designing for the Nigerian child, beekeeping is not number one. Sorry. Is any beekeeper here? I apologize. Or somebody would tell me, oh, it should be ruminants. Small ruminants should be number one. Oh, no, it's dairy. Oh, no. But put the child at the center and the affordability, availability, and accessibility of nutritious food. That vision should be shared by all. The second component of leaving a legacy is to have very clear milestones about how we're going to achieve that legacy. And in developing those milestones, everybody has a role to play. Private sector, public sector, civil society, entrepreneurs. What is the role of the public sector in ag? This is controversial. I told my team, are you sure you want me to speak? What's the role of the public sector? Create an enabling environment with the right policies for private sectors to thrive. The public sector should not be delivering services in the agriculture sector. Please don't throw stones at me, all the public sector officials. We need to make sure we understand our role. When I hear that our public sector is buying tractors, with all due respect, we have no business buying tractors. Why? Because we cannot maintain the tractors. We cannot fuel the tractors. When the tractors break down, we cannot service them. So let us instead invest in the tractors associations that exist. Partner with financial institutions to give concessional financing and service agreements so that our farmers have access to tractors. Do you understand the difference? There are ways we facilitate and mobilize and support, but we have no business becoming a tractor operating organization as the public sector. I'm using tractors as an example. So those clear milestones around our clear vision allows us to hold each other accountable and to tell each other, stay in your lane. Tell your neighbor, stay in your lane. We need to stay in our lane. Public sector, do your work. Private sector, ensure that you innovate and provide affordable, accessible food sourced locally. Can I emphasize sourced locally? Why is it important to source locally? Because if you source locally, you help our farmers. You help the distributors in the value chain, and you deliver for your people. And the shorter the value chain, the healthier the food. At Ace Foods, a company I am proud to have co-founded with Bezumuneli, we source from 10,000 farmers. We process for the local market. And that is one company I'm most proud of. I've started many organizations. People tell me, which one are you most proud of? I say Ace Foods. I love Sahel Consulting. But why am I most proud of Ace Foods? Because if you go to our factory, 90% of our factory are women, first-time job seekers. They get a healthy meal. They get health insurance. They're able to educate their children. That is called a legacy. Because if you can transform their life, you can transform the lives of so many other people. Their children get better health care, and so on and so forth. So please, number 2 is have clear milestones of achieving your legacy. Number 3 is commit to partnerships. Why are partnerships so critical? Nobody can do it alone. Our problems are wicked problems. They're deep-rooted problems. We call them wicked problems in the development sector. Those are deep, entrenched problems that we have not been able to solve. Why? Because people have diverse interests. And sometimes those interests collide with each other. What are some divergent interests? I want to pick on the dairy sector. Do we have people from the dairy sector here? I saw the MD of Saj Foods. I saw a few of our partners from Aldine. I thank you for your work. It is an important sector. But partnership is critical for the success of our dairy sector. We like to say that Nigeria has one of the largest cattle herds in Africa, and yet we're one of the largest importers of dry powdered milk. Why have we not been able to crack this? Because of the issue of entrenched interests. The Ministry of Agriculture wants us to improve dairy production and output. The Ministry of Trade and Investment, Ministry of Finance, benefit from quotas and import tariffs, right? The more tariffs, the more quotas, the better for them. Nigerian consumers, what do we want? We want affordable milk that's available year-round. We like fresh milk. So you can see the different interests. Whose interests are we going to follow? We should put the Nigerian consumer at the front. And that means partnerships. It means leaving our egos and logos at the door. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. And I've changed it to say we must go far and fast together. We don't have any time. And to do that, we have to leave our egos and logos at the door and work with integrity and excellence. And number 4, we have to be able to work ourselves out of our job. That's what legacy means. It means you've solved the problem so you can step off the podium. If you're still in your job 20 years later, you have failed. And this is directly applicable to our development partners. In my work at the One Campaign, I work across the world. And people have told me, Ndidi, the future you're designing for Africa, we don't see ourselves in it. Can you believe it? The future we want for our continent is that we're an equal player. They're saying, if Africa gets its act together, I'll lose my job. Please lose your job. Lose your job. Solve that problem and move on to the next problem. Right? So let us say we have solved this nutrition problem. We've solved this hunger problem. Let's take on mental health. Let's take on education. Let's take on other sectors. But let's not just keep the status quo because we want to keep our seats. Nobody should be keeping their seat. Move on to the higher seats. Move on to the next challenge. And that's number 4. You design. A quote that I love is by one former US president that says, the greatest legacy of a leader is that he leaves behind in others the conviction and the will to continue the work. Imagine if you step aside and other people continue the work. With Sahel Consulting, I haven't been to this conference in a couple of years. I stepped aside. Did they continue the work? Yes. Did they do it well? Absolutely. That gives me the greatest joy as a leader, right? And that's legacy. So as I round up, I want to challenge you on a few things. The first is that we have to commit to a vision that we share. The second is that we have to have milestones and hold ourselves accountable. The third is that we have to invest in partnerships. And the fourth is that we have to give up our seats and succeed by moving on to the next challenge. I'll end with a quote that I love from an African youth talking to an African president. He said, I'm no longer asking God to grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change. I'm asking the Almighty to grant me the wisdom and courage to change the things I cannot accept. I cannot accept that 1 out of every 10 Nigerian child dies before they're 5. I cannot accept that many of our children go to bed hungry. I cannot accept that we're considered one of the worst places to be born. That is unacceptable. Nigeria is a great nation. We need to rise to the challenge. We need to build ecosystems. We need to solve problems together. And we need to change this in our lifetime. My vision is that together, we will transform this ecosystem and be so proud of the legacies that we left together. God bless you, and thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed partners, please one more time, can we celebrate the CEO One Campaign for that inspiring keynote session? Thank you very much. Please, can you say to the person sitting beside you, say, we must go fast and far together. Turn to the other person and say, we must go fast and far together. So that is what we need at this point in time. It's not just enough to go alone, but we can go fast and far together. And while Ndidi was speaking, a lot of inspiring nuggets she shared. You know, she talked about setting very clear milestones. She also talked about committing to partnership and also designing. And as she spoke, a quote by Peter Schroepel came to mind. And it says, legacy is not what we leave for people. It is what we leave in people. And that is what we should continue thinking about as we continue and we progress in today's conference. We're not just thinking about the next project to fund or to support, but how do we build impact across sector? How do we design with the future in mind? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is still the 2025 Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference with the theme, Designing for Legacy. Right now, we're going to have an executive reflection. And the executive reflection would have senior leaders who would share perspective on how partnership must evolve for lasting impact, sharing global and local lessons. So please, while I call them up on stage, I would want you to be generous with your round of applause. So the first executive who will be coming up on stage this morning is the country director for Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. Distinguished guests, please put your hands together as we make welcome Dr. Michael Ojo. We can do better. Thank you. The next executive to come up on stage this morning is the country director, HEFA International. Please a round of applause for Dr. Lekon Tobe. I believe we can do better with the applause. Thank you. We also have the Deputy Director for the German Development Corporation, Dr. Oladoyi Olawaye. Please can we put our hands together for her. Okay, so the last but not the least executive who will be joining this executive reflection is the head of section Green Economy EU delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Inga Stefanovic. Please can we put our hands together for her. And to moderate this executive reflection session, we're going to bring up on stage our keynote speaker, Dr. Ndidi Muneli. Please can we put our hands together as she comes back on stage? We can make the round of applause bigger. Thank you. Okay, also joining this executive reflection session is Dr. Hussaini Abdul, the country director, CARE International. Please can we put our hands together for him? Make it bigger, make it louder. Thank you very much for your generosity. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our distinguished panel. Thank you for your participation, your commitment, and your partnership with Sahel Consulting on this Changemakers Conference. So this is an executive reflection session, and we're going to be talking about partnerships and how they must evolve for lasting impact. And I would love for you to, as you introduce yourself and this topic, really reflect on what we must do to ensure global and local impact, how we must drive change and really move the needle in this sector. Given some of what I underscored in my speech, that we've kind of been stuck, one step forward, two steps back. What needs to change for lasting impact? And where have you seen successes that we must model from our work? So let me start with you, Michael Ojo, Country Director, GAIN. GAIN has been doing so much around nutritious food. You've done and invested a lot in shaping policy, driving innovation. What are your reflections on this topic?
Thank you very much. Indeed, it's really great to see you back in Abuja after such a long time. And thanks for inviting me to speak. How long do I have?
Few minutes, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okay. So I think what I want to maybe talk about is not so much what we do, but maybe more why we do it. Because I think this really connects to the point that you were raising earlier. You've spoken about you've given us, this kind of visionary outlook on why this is important. And so I want to try and bring it down into how this shows in terms of the kind of work that we do. So again, it's focused on nutrition. And like you were saying, when we talk about nutrition, there are a number of dimensions. Access to nutritious food requires access, requires the food being affordable. It requires the food being desirable. And so what people consume, their diets, is what's most critical to whether they have a good nutritional state. And what we know is that actually, well, diets, the key thing that determines what our diets are like is effectively what our food systems produce. And so this is why we focus or we work on food systems. And to make that work, there are a number of things that we do. One of them is ensuring that we have the right data. We need to know what's happening. We need to know where the gaps are. We need to know what needs to change for us to actually be able to have an impact on people's diet. And so data is really critical. And this is why we invest in data tools like the Food Systems Dashboard, which Sahel was also part of helping to develop for Nigeria. Data tools like the cost of a healthy diet, which tells you how easy it is to access healthy diets locally in the states where you live. And this is now owned and driven by the National Bureau of Statistics. The Food Systems Dashboard is now owned and housed by the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. And other tools like the Food Systems Countdown Initiative. And these things are most effective when they are owned and they are driven by institutions that are there, already exist to make them work. And this is why we work with government at all tiers, national government. We work in 16 states. We work with LGA to make all of this happen. And when you look at the data that you're getting from this process, it tells us many things. The data tells us that 40% of our children are stunted. It tells us, and I'm talking about government's own data now, that 4 out of 5 households are food insecure, go to bed hungry. That 139 Nigerians are suffering from, living below the poverty line. It tells us that most of our women, a big proportion of our women suffer micronutrient deficiency. But it also tells us that Nigeria is the largest or near largest producer of many foods, many of our staples, cassava, yam, rice, cashews, and so on. But again, the data tells us that some of those produce, especially the fresh produce, are lost post-harvest, in some cases up to 40%. So using that data, we are able to think about what are the key things that need to change in the system to ensure that we are not losing the food we produce and food that is available is affordable. for people to consume. And this is why we work, again, like I said, with different levers of government to ensure that government is investing its own money, but also that government is creating the right environment for other people to invest to ensure that food, nutritious food gets to people.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joe. You've laid a very good foundation for the data, the sense of urgency, and why we need partnerships, but you did not address what needs to change to address the wicked problems, because I know you've been at the forefront. So I'm going to ask, I'm going to move to you, Dr. Abdu. Please take us to the core. What needs to change from a partnership perspective? Where have we seen the transformation happen elsewhere? And what would you tell the audience we need to do differently in this context?
Thank you very much, Ndidi, and good to see you again after a very long while. Yes, Michael did set up the basis for these conversations. And like we say, you can't move the system without the right partnership. But this is what we often harp on around partnership. But each time we discuss partnership, my feeling is like we don't really get it. The concept of partnership is not just relationship between individual organizations and institutions. It is more around what they do when they build that relationship. And one major thing that is missing in this space is that multi-sectoral partnership. Many times the kind of partnership we build are partnership amongst the same. So you are doing the same thing and you are working together to cover the space. It is not a bad idea. But food system is not simply about agriculture. It's not simply about nutrition. It's a complex web of structures and systems. And until we're able to bring these systems together, we wouldn't be able to make the kind of progress we want to see. So when you talk food system, take the government perspective, you are practically maybe talking about Ministry of Agriculture, but it goes beyond the Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Education is very key. What are we teaching in our school? What is the nature of the curriculum? What awareness are we creating in the school systems? Look, if you were in school in the early days of this country, one of the major courses that you are taught right from primary school has to do with agriculture and food production. But today, you know, when Nigerians talk, they say, oh, they've stopped teaching history. But nobody say we stop teaching food, nutrition, and agriculture in schools. So I think one major thing we need to build is multi-sectoral partnership across the different spaces, whether it's the public sector, like you mentioned, the civil society, or the private sector. And so bringing these three layers of our society together is very key, that we have to work together in achieving result. But it is not simply about bringing them, but we must bring also the diversity that defines that space as well. So you can't talk about food system without the market and the market system. So, but the market system is not simply around the banks. There are several layers within that space that we also need to connect with to build it. The public sector, it is not simply about the Ministry of Agriculture or Ministry of Women Affairs. There are different institutions within the public sector that will need to come. In the civil society, it is not about those of us working on resilience, on agriculture, on nutrition, but even those who are working in spaces around public accountability, governance, and all that are very, very key in these conversations. So when we meet like this, it should be multi-sectoral, multi-space, multi-structure that connects to achieve one result. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I completely agree with you, sir. And you know, the sense that we often work in silos without an ecosystem lens as we design, as we implement, is key. And so thank you for raising that, and thank you for the good work you do at CARE. Let me come to one of the leaders on the panel, and I'll come to Inga. You have a perspective as part of the EU delegation to Nigeria, and you've worked in other parts of the world. So from an outside-in perspective, what needs to change as we partner? And what's the role of development partners in really unlocking the opportunities in the sector, but also addressing some of these wicked problems?
Thank you very much for that question. And you may have to stop me because I could probably speak a lot and long to that question. Why we're here in Nigeria, why we are also in other countries as the European Union, at the core of it is partnership. So we are all about partnerships, and very much also over time about redefining these partnerships and shifting focus and learning from our past mistakes. So for example, when you look at agriculture, you will think of a donor like the European Union, basically working more from the smallholder farmers' resilience side, which is very important work, handing out inputs, financial support. But this is, as much as it is critical and very important, this is not going to change the big picture. So this is one paradigm change that we have to start, and we've started looking at the agriculture as a sector with a great economic development potential, as a sector that can create businesses, agribusinesses, that can help them grow and that they can create jobs. So this is what we are now about in our work in Nigeria, and also learning from other places in the world, saying we have to partner not only with the government, we have to partner with businesses, with the private sector. And that comes also from another reality, the realization that, well, no donor money is going to solve all the problems. We know we are not quite on track with the SDGs, with the climate agenda. And well, as much as the partner countries that we work with have their fiscal constraints, we also have our fiscal constraints. So where to find the money, where to find the solution? And now we say, well, the solutions are there, and very many of them in Nigeria. There are successful agripreneurs out there, and we don't need to pay, hand over, give. We just need to help, work with the government on aspects such as policy environment, but then also just give a little nudge, a little push, a little support by partnering with the private sector to leverage that expertise, those resources that exist there for productive, sort of future-looking solutions.
Thank you so much. Let's give her a round of applause. I'm so glad, Inga, you raised this issue of the cuts, because many nonprofit organizations, many civil society organizations in Nigeria have been affected by the closing of USAID, have been affected by the cutbacks in many, many other sectors. And this is a time when we need innovation, we need deeper partnerships, so we also need to improve our efficiency and effectiveness of the funding we currently have. And so you raising that is very, very critical. And another reminder of the role of development partners as catalysts. Development partners cannot fill the gaps that have been created. They are just catalysts and innovators, but they also have their own country's interests and the regions they represent at heart. And so we must also work with them from that perspective. So thank you for those excellent remarks. My friend, Brian Kagaro likes to say, Father Christmas is not coming this year. Nobody is coming to plug the gaps. Nobody is calling to say, I have a little more money to give you. What can you spend it on? We do understand that it's a wake-up call for us and an opportunity for us to rise to the challenge. So thank you. Let's move on now to Oladoyin Olawaye of GIZ, Deputy Director. Given your insights and your work, can you share your perspective on partnerships and really what we must do differently going forward?
Very much, Didi. Thank you for the opportunity. But before I start, I would just like to bring greetings from the country director of GIZ Nigeria and ECOWAS, Dr. Marcus Wagner, who would have loved to be here today, but is unavoidably absent, and I'm deputizing it on his behalf. It's a really good question, and I like the reflection so far. I like the saying that Father Christmas would not come here this year. So what must we do to strengthen, to deepen partnership? For us, representing the German Development Corporation, implementing on behalf of Germany and the European Union, we have had reflections or lessons learned. As Inga highlighted, there have been solutions that we've encountered during project design and implementation, but we really, in looking back in hindsight, we understand that really we need to move or partnerships that evolve for free and really looking at project indicators to more co-creating on policy, to more strengthening institutions, and also ensuring that these solutions are properly anchored in national systems. So what, from a very reflective perspective, needs to happen? What shifts do we see based on our experience? We have really good experiences. I could name quite a number, but for sake of time, I would say from our experience, we've seen that, of course, the theme for today is designing for legacy. So it's important in partnerships that we've seen that successes have been had where we've included partners from the get-go. So in the design process. So not from the when we're ending the project, etc. So we design projects with partners in mind. We design with our partners, not for our partners. Also, just broadly, what I think needs to shift, what we would see as shifting to be more effective in partnerships, and we also implement across the region, it's GIZ Nigeria and ECOWAS, is that we need to go from projects to systems that I highlighted on this, like strengthening institutions, but also looking at policy cohesion, also building accountability. We need to really go from, funding is always a problem, financing is always a problem, but I think we need to go from funding to financing. So looking for how we mobilize capital to really, as you said, be the catalyst in the system. So crowding in private investment in a way that we can use blended financing and other de-risking mechanisms. For example, we have a recently launched project, the EU-based TARED project, recently launched in September. We're actively working on mobilizing about 2 million euro to, through innovating financing models to really support and expand access to credit to agribusinesses and to MSMEs. We also think we should also really, in the design phase, we should move from inclusion to leadership. So where we have our inclusive strategies with the women, with the young people, with the youth, with the vulnerable communities, we need to move from them being just mere participants to really leading the transformation in food systems. I have other examples to share, but I would like to stop here.
Thank you so much. Excellent remarks. Please give her a round of applause. I love everything you've said. And just to underscore, designing with the end in mind, thinking about who's going to extend this beyond your donor engagement. I love that. And that is so key to success and legacy. How you involve the leaders. And I love how you said women, youth have to be involved from the get-go as leaders in the project design and the implementation. And then financing has to be transformed into sustainable financing where the project is able to extend on its own. So lots of great insights and thoughts there. And last but not least, I'm coming to Lekon Tobe of Country Director of Heifer International. Share your insights on this with very practical solutions for how we in this room can take it forward to leave a legacy.
Thank you. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen. When you were sharing your keynote, most of what you said resonated with us, if myself, because they surface some of the questions that we have constantly asked. So why development or investment in development is not generating the intended impact at sustainable scale as we would desire it to be. And of course, we have tried to promote partnership, and we're still doing that, you know. And part of the problem that we have recognized as not allowing partnership to produce or generate the intended outcome is some of the things that Dr. Abdul mentioned earlier on, which is related to us not recognizing the complexities that exist between us and the interdependencies amongst us and the dynamism of the environment within which we work. And of course, on the surface, if we look like we're all partnering, you know, we're doing stuff together. But most times we leave the participants of our programs and projects out of from the design phase, you know. And I'm talking, for example, at HEFA about smallholder farmers, you know, and we often, you will see in literature the talks about sustainable locally led development. But what is the framework that we're using to actually actualize that? That is often missing, you know. We talk so much about partnership. What is the model that we're using, a sustainable model, to ensure that the partnership that we are talking about actually works for everyone and the values that are generated are distributed fairly and equitably across the board, you know? So those are the questions that we must ask ourselves. And of course, at our own higher level, you know, we seem to be doing well in recognition of the fact that we need to partner amongst ourselves. But what about those that we are set up to service, the people that we're set up to work for? You know, often their voices are lacking in the midst of what we do. And that is why you will see that after we're gone, nothing happens. Then we also talk about the front line, you know, talking about the practicals now. You know, at the country level, let me use it let me go to that. At the country level, we go to ourselves and talk about so many things that we could do together. But at the front line, our frontliners, our frontline managers, project managers, are they speaking to each other? Are they doing stuff together rather than competing? And what we see often, which are some of the things that we are trying to address, is that they see themselves as silos. They must report. But what is important is that, and that is something that we hold there at HEFA, that we're not afraid of being psychic. You know, we're not afraid of somebody taking the glory for the impact that is generated amongst ourselves, you know, and that is where we're going. We should be headed to, that we should not be afraid of being psychics, because that is the beginning of wisdom as it concerns partnership for food systems transformation. And somebody mentioned earlier on that food system, that is Abdul, it goes beyond just agriculture. It's everything. We've been talking about it in recent times now, food systems transformation. How active are we in ensuring that everyone that matters comes on board? You know, whether it is locally or globally, what voices are we bringing to ensure that the system that we're trying to build is resilient and is sustainable? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Give him a round of applause. Thank you, Lakan Toby. I think you've captured the summary of what has been discussed and really emphasized the power of collaboration, designing with the participants and the beneficiaries in mind, but also elevating the work beyond silos, creating ecosystem transformation. I have time for just one question from the audience. No time? Wow, okay. I wanted to at least have one person pose a question or a challenge to the participants. They've told me we do not have any time. So I'm going to wrap up now and just ask each of our panelists, our distinguished panelists, to just say one sentence or one charge you're leaving with the audience. If you want them to take one thing home, what would that one thing be? And I'm asking for just a sentence, your charge. What do you expect for us to leave a legacy? What can we do personally and through our organizations to cause transformation? Let's start with you, Lekan. One sentence.
Thank you. I will say that let's go beyond the rhetorics that we repeat every year at conferences and start to actually work towards doing something together. I think that's the beginning, including the voices of the private sector businesses, the government, and the people that we work for, that we're set up to work for. And we all here facilitate the change that we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go beyond rhetoric, Lekon says. Let's hear from you, Husseini. What is your charge?
My charge is, look, no matter the brilliance of the work you do, the impact you are making, Nigeria is too big for you as an individual organization, an individual sector, that those silos must be broken. And events like these should be opportunities for us to break that silo, that we can do better when we work together better. Thank you.
Break the silo, break the silo. Michael, Joe, what is your charge?
So for a nation that is 60% of the population under 25, we have to move away from engaging young people in food systems as peripheral beneficiaries of the programs that we run, to being integral actors in changing the state of things in this country. Otherwise, we don't have a legacy.
Fantastic. Stop using youth as tokens. Design with them at the forefront and as leaders. Oladonyi.
Thank you. I would just really like to leave, like you said, one sentence, and I would say we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We should really work together. Let's deepen partnerships. Partnerships that create lasting impact are really grounded in mutual accountability, in shared vision, but also with those with some skin in the game. So I'd like to.
Thank you so much. Put your skin in the game. That is very, bring your money, your talent, your treasure, and your time. Inga, last word from you.
Okay, I panicked first when you asked that question, but then there's so much coming to me now. Maybe one thing I would say is that brown, such as Nigerian, and just let them grow, because they will if we let them. But also, I want to add to that, and please just get me out of the job.
Fantastic. Sow the seeds, invest together. Please join me in giving this distinguished panel a round of applause. By joining this effort, they've demonstrated that they have some skin in the game. They've committed to working collaboratively, and they've also decided to thank you to our audience. Please give them another round of applause. Let's take a group picture, guys, before we get up.
Distinguished guests, esteemed participants, one more time, please, can we put our hands together for all our executives who have shared their reflection this morning. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Michael Ojo, the Country Director, Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, the Country Director, CARE International, Dr. Husseini Abdul, the Country Director, HEFA International, Dr. Lekan Tobe, the Deputy Country Director for the German Development Corporation, Oladoi, and also the Head of Section Green Economy EU Delegation to Nigeria and ECOWAS, Dr. Inga Stefanovic. One more time, please, can we put our hands together? And not forgetting our very own distinguished keynote speaker and moderator, Dr. Ndidi Nguneli. Can we make that better? Thank you. Earlier on, I introduced a very distinguished personality and a statesman in the country. He has come all the way to grace this occasion. And we just thought and said, we cannot let him go without coming up to just give a brief goodwill message around the theme for today's conference. distinguished guests, please can we make welcome His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, CON, for his goodwill message. We can make that applause bigger. Thank you very much.
Let me stand on all the existing protocols. Mine is, as you can see, basic. So I want to start by thanking the Sahel Group and all the organizers of this event coming here to spend a few minutes, chairman, keynote speaker, and the panelists. I must thank the panelists for that wonderful contribution. Mine is gratitude to all of you that are gathered and thinking of how best we can provide food in our country. I thank you very much. I've always said Nigeria by all means, have no reason to be among the hungriest countries of the world. We have vast uncultivated land. We have youth that, if supported, can help change the system. So all I can say is, please keep it up on everything. And we hope that by the next few years, we won't be among the hungriest of the world. I was just talking about food just yesterday with somebody, and I said, how can we tell anybody? I say it every day. We can make more money from agriculture than we make from oil. Any day, anytime. With the vast uncultivated land in the north, we can feed ourselves. When I see people talking about the importation of rice in this and that, I look at countries like Bangladesh, and I ask ourselves, Bangladesh is a tiny country of 100 and they produce 10 times the amount of rice, 50, 60 million tons of milled rice. And two of our biggest states are size of Bangladesh, 70.8, put together is 147 something. That is the size of Bangladesh. And Bangladesh have a population of over 160 million. And these two states have less than 10% of that. So we have vast land for cultivation. You can go on and on. Look at what Ethiopia is doing with tea. 15 square kilometers in Mambila, where you can grow tea, coffee, everything. So all we need is the rice. And I believe that's what we're discussing here. And support our young people. Change that and we'll feed ourselves. Thank you for the opportunity. God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, for that very insightful and inspiring goodwill message. Indeed, the agriculture sector is blessed with enormous potential, and you and I have the capacity to start thinking of how to make change happen. How do we design for legacy and make sure that our projects and the impact we're putting together outlive us? Okay, how's it going so far? Are we having a good time? All right, has it been insightful? Please put your hands together for yourselves. You have been an amazing set of audience. You know, we've been talking all the while, and it just crossed my mind that I have not recognized some certain set of persons who are also with us here. Now, those people are not here physically, but they are joining us from different parts of Nigeria and even outside Nigeria. Distinguished guests, I'm talking about our online participants. Please, can we put our hands together for every participant who is joining this conference virtually? Can we make them feel loved? Can we make it bigger? Thank you very much. To all our online participants, we see you, we acknowledge you, we recognize you, and we say thank you for joining us at this year's conference. Right now, we would go to our next session, which is an expert presentation. And this presentation would showcase practical pathways for partnership. It will demonstrate how PPPs can equip farmers and agribusinesses to adapt climate variability, mitigate risk, and also foster long-term agriculture transformation. This expert presentation would be on forging lasting partnerships, scaling climate information services through public-private collaboration. And to take that session, please, can we make welcome Mr. Chinedu Agbara. He is a partner at Sahel Consulting. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Chinedu?
Good morning, all. Yeah, so I'm hoping that they get to the slide. So basically, while I'm waiting for that, my presentation is just basically to convince you around legacy. One of the ever-present challenge is on climate risk. And here we have a work we are doing on climate resilience, building agricultural system resilience, which involves investment in the climate space. And we are trying to explain that in all your projects that you're doing, in all your investment that you're doing, if you don't consider the challenges of climate risk, then the issue of legacy will not be there. So, Bolaji, do we have the slides? Okay, so yes, this is the first slide. On this slide, what you can see is just a basic segmentation of the Nigerian risk, the climate risk profile for Nigeria. And this is no surprise to anybody. So we just, for easy understanding, we separated into 3 segments. At the top in the north, we can see the challenges that is being faced there, which is more of drought and then flooding. And also, if you look in the middle, we have erratic rainfall. So erratic rainfall in the middle, also flooding. And if you look at down south, we also have coastal flooding. And again, of course, erosions taking effect. Across all of them, what is very common is flooding from the north to the south. Across the country, if you look at the chart, all of the red colored places are areas that have been that are flood prone. And if you look very carefully, they are linked to the river system, River Niger, River Benue, that we have in the country. And of course, in 2014, 2022, we had a very difficult year. 2024 was also very similar in terms of challenges, in terms of number of losses of people displaced, over 1.3 million. In terms of, farmland destroyed and lives lost. I know these numbers look lower, but these are the official numbers that were reported. But of course, we know those numbers are more. So what is really happening here? I think this slide shows a bit of what is going on at the macro level. So Nigeria lies at the region of the tropic belt. And on that belt is where you have the highest sun radiation and also heat. And what happens there is, as global warming, the greenhouse gases continue to increase, you have heating and trapping of hot air. And for every 1 degree increase in temperature, what you get is a 7% increase in the amount of the atmosphere to hold water. So that increase in the ability of the atmosphere to hold water is what leads to a lot of drought. And when the rainfall comes down, it's very heavy. So that basically we see across our West African neighbors from Guinea, Mali, Niger, they all fall under that belt. And very importantly, Cameroon also. And when they have a lot of, we are down on the downside of this river. So once all those heavy rainfall come from that side, it all flows into Nigeria. And you can see that's where we start to have issues. Of course, at the micro level, we also have some issues where we've not made a lot of investments on our irrigation system and all. But it's just basically to say that this is what is causing the flooding. So why climate risk? Like I started earlier, in all the investment we are seeing, there are lots of investment in trying to improve yields. But if you don't factor in climate change, then those yield levels are going to drop after all the investments you've made. And we have numbers there across the continent of what is happening. Investments in nutrition can easily be eaten up by climate change risk. That has to be factored in almost every project that you're implementing. But it's not always bad news about this climate change, like I explained. So what you see, we've seen a situation where if you can able to predict the weather correctly, you could take advantage of this risk. I shared a story in Jigawa last year. The farmers in Jigawa were able to do 2 seasons in the rainy season. And that was because they got the right information as to the length of the first rainy season before the August break or the in-between droughts in August. So they planted short maturing sorghum, and then they were able to then replant again once the wet season restarted again after the August break, and they were able to harvest twice in the same wet season. But for you to get that information that you need, this is a value chain that we just segmented into. It's a standard that's been worked on by the industry. You have the data has to be generated on the issues of the climate, and those data has to then be turned to forecast, and those forecasts will be translated, because if you can make forecast of amount of rainfall, it's still not enough. You still need to know what are the advisories that goes with it, because rain is going to fall for the next 3 days means different things for different farmers, different crop farmers, or even livestock. Potato farmer is a different thing, for vegetable farmer is a different thing. So the translation side, you also need to then translate this to advisory, and then this has to be transferred to the end users who are either the farmers or different actors in the system. Across this value chain, what we've been seeing is a number of challenges. On the generate side, the key challenge we see there is around the infrastructure is also dominated by the public sector, with very little space or allowance for the private sector to thrive there. And like in the dimension, we really need the private sector to be part of the system for us to get lasting solutions. In the translate side is also the same thing, and the translation is very generic. People don't give forecast or prediction or an advisory that is specific to those locations. So farmers can't really use that information. Then transfer is very disjointed. There are a lot of multiple platforms that disseminate information and across. And then the users, of course, is not segmented. This value chain, the way for it to be sustainable, what we see is that in terms of services, it needs to flow from generation to use. But in terms of the money to fund the system, it has to flow from the users back to the generation side across those chains. But that is not currently happening. The only people who pay for climate information is the aviation sector, and that's because it's a regulator that requires that they have to make that payment. So one big challenge, I'm afraid, also indeed, is that if you look at this chart, it doesn't say good for Nigeria around the data ability to collect data across Africa. The charts on the right, you see Africa is there, also Nigeria is there. Nigeria even lags behind the African average. We don't have enough weather stations to collect the right data, which can then make the right information. And in this age of AI, this new revolution of AI, this also is a big problem, because models will be trained on data that does not represent our own data. And then this also has issues. We looked at a few analyses on basic numbers as to if we want to expand our coverage and also modernize the existing weather stations, we will need in all of these around $500 million. And that we don't even have a radar station operational in the country, which we need at least 6 of them. We also don't have enough hydrological stations to measure rain gauges, to measure the flow of the river so that we can make these correct predictions. Yeah, so on the final slide, not the final slide, but on another slide that we find that there is a key challenge is on the use side. Many of the studies that we've checked have really focused on the willingness of farmers to pay for climate information service. And I think also in general, when you look at many agricultural data, what they always show is, what they always ask the farmer is, how willing are you to pay for these different technologies? But what we decided to do is to add another component, which is the ability to actually pay for climate information. With that in mind, we have these metrics and where you can segregate farmers or end users into different buckets. At the anchor side, what we position there, we call them the anchor, is because these are the very micro farmers, the subsistence farmers who really can't afford to pay for climate information services. But they are, for climate justice, they are the ones who suffer the most from issues of climate change, but they have very little impact in the whole damage that has been done to the environment. So, but then the other sectors, the other segments are people who can pay if structured correctly. For example, on the growth side, yes, these are also, they have low ability, but these are more commercial farmers, commercial smallholder farmers who are either block farmers or in-growers, outgrowers, different model, or have cooperatives that can, climate services can be bundled within the services that they receive, and they indirectly pay for these services. Then on the bottom side, we have many on that side is the financial institutions like the banks who lend to actors in the system, but then they don't see a reason or a need for the climate information services because they don't consider it what the system is offering now, something that they can pay for. But if you provide a great value for them, you can easily unlock value from that segment. Of course, on the upper side are those who have, the rich side is people who have high ability and high willingness. And these are mainly commercial farms, large-scale farm insurance companies who, it's their job to really understand what the weather is doing for them to grow their businesses. And many of them we've seen have invested in building out their own capability in-house. But because these are siloed as a country and as a system, we need to bring that into a national framework that will help us make the right forecast for the whole country. Yeah, so here we just make some proposal among the so many challenges across the system. We focus more on if we can solve the issue of data collection, then that's a strong winning point. And what we are proposing is to develop a model similar to the Nigerian interbank settlement system, which is co-owned by all the actors, the government and the private sector. They combine to own it. They are, of course, it's run independently of the government, and then they are able to generate data and sell this data to those who can afford it in the way that, in the format that is needed. And also, this also serves the public side of things. Like I mentioned, those are the anchor, the bottom of the pyramid. We still need free services given to them in terms of climate information. They are able to benefit from the investment in the data generation and also improving the system across. Yeah, so we did a bit of some numbers around potential value that can be generated from the system if it's functioning, and easily we think we can get close to $11 million annually from this system if you can all work together to really build the system. My final slide now is just a shout-out slide to my colleagues at the African Food Changemakers Conference, African Food Changemakers, who have been working on building resilience against climate and environmental shocks. They've done a number of, this project has really helped to build agri-SMEs, over 3,000 of them, to really understand the risk that climate change poses to their businesses and how to impact that. And they've achieved a lot of successes. Over 80% of those agri-businesses, some of them who are in the exhibition stands, have been able to apply actual climate smart agricultural practices for themselves and also for their farmers. And then this has led to increase in profitability, some of them as high as 30%. So I think this is basically my presentation. I hope you're convinced, and we're hoping to work together with especially the government actors looking for private investors. We want to pilot some of these innovations that we've discovered, and then together we think we can build legacy in this value chain. Thank you everybody for listening.
Please, another round of applause for Mr. Chinedu. Thank you for that insightful presentation. And while Mr. Chinedu was speaking, we had the entrance of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Agribusiness and Productivity Enhancement. Distinguished guests, please can we put our hands together as we recognize the presence of Dr. Kingsley Uzoma. Thank you. We've all, if you listen to all the conversation from the executive reflection and the keynote session, something has been re-emphasized over and over again, and it's the importance of partnership, knowing that we cannot work in silos, but we need to put together efforts to be able to design for a legacy. And we want to just quickly acknowledge our partners who put together resources to support us to have this 2025 conference. We want to say special thank you to MasterCard Foundation. Please all put our hands together for them. Also, the German Development Corporation, a round of applause for them. Also, HEFA International. Please don't, let's not get tired of clapping. Care International. We also want to appreciate Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition and also the National Agricultural Development Fund. Please a round of applause for them. Okay. We know that if we're talking about legacy, designing for legacy, we cannot take away the importance of youth empowerment and also empowering our youths in designing for legacy, because definitely the youths are already the future. You know, while growing up, they'll say, we're the leaders of tomorrow. Our youths are not leaders of tomorrow. They're already leading today. And if we would design for legacy, that means we need to incorporate our youths. We need to empower them. We need to spotlight them. So the next panel session is that session that would spotlight some incredible change makers, agripreneurs, innovators, and leaders in the agricultural sector who are making remarkable impact. So we're going to have the change maker spotlight, and to moderate that session is the partner at Sahel Consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we make welcome Aisha Hadeja. Let's put our hands together for her, please. She would call up her panelists, and as she does that, please let's also encourage her and also encourage the change makers as they come forward. One more time, let's put our hands together for Aisha.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I would like to start with a question to all of us here. Please raise your hand if growing up you heard a variation of these words. You need to study hard so that you can get a good job. Lots of hands. Now raise your hand if you have heard you need to work hard in school so that you can create good jobs. I see some hands. Okay, mostly younger faces, but this gives me joy and hope and buttresses the fact that the future of our food and nutrition system is really in the hands of our young people. And the onus is on us to deliver to them a system that is not only resilient enough to continue employing and feeding the growing population, but also agile enough to tackle emerging challenges. I would like to call my panel. First, we have Tajuddin Yahya, the CEO of Extension Africa. Extension Africa is a dynamic platform that is dedicated to connecting rural farmers to information, technology, and innovation. And they have reached hundreds and thousands of farmers and are recognized by Ayute Africa Next Gen. Round of applause. Ayute, agriculture, youth, and technology. Next, I have Ajoke Khalifat Amusat, the CEO of the Grocery Lady Agromers Services. Now, Ajoke's brand is bringing together smallholder farmers and ethical consumers in a way that is creating an ethical and transparent system. And she's doing so with storytelling that celebrates our rich agrarian culture. Ajoke is also recognized by the African Food Changemakers as a leading African woman in food. Show some love. Ajoke, if you are in here, please make your way forward. And finally, on my panel, I have Bamanga Adamu, the MD of Gengele Farms Limited. Now, he is an accountant turned farmer, or should I say born farmer. He retired the Director of Finance, Mayobelwa LGA in Adamawa State. He's a pastoralist and a champion of the Advancing Local Dairy Development Program in Nigeria. Amazing to have you here. I am missing Ajoke, but we'll find her. Oh. Thank you. There you are. Gentlemen and lady, your questions today did not actually come from us. In recognition of the role that young people play in this sector, we went out and we asked them, what questions do you have for entrepreneurs that are doing amazingly well in the sector? And they delivered. We would have loved to have them here with us, but unfortunately, it's a school night, school day, and God bless our educators that refuse to allow our young people to miss critical classes. So we have the next best thing, which is on tape. So we would listen to our young people's questions, and I will field them to you as necessary. Please roll. Challenges, worries? Let me know if you need me to. All right. I will begin, and then once the video is on roll, we'll continue. Ajoke, let me start from you. Can you take us back to the beginning? The Grocery Lady. What was it that sparked that for you? What started the journey?
Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry for coming late. So my name is Ajoke Hamzat, and I am an aggregator. I started the Grocery Lady in 2018 when I came to Jos for NYSC. And if you all know the story of Jos, you know that the story about Jos is the story of the Jos crisis. Like when you hear of Jos, all you know is just the Jos crisis. So when I moved to Jos, I was very scared. I was terrified. As I'm talking, I'm remembering that moment when I moved to Jos. When I moved to Jos, I was terrified. I was scared of, I think the story was so strong in the media that my fear of Jos was so strong that I wanted to redeploy. But then I got to Jos, and I don't know if anyone here had their camp in Jos, NYC camp, Bangu camp. The weather is very cold. The sky, I can still remember how the sky was so blue. And I was like, is this the Jos? So at that time, I was already planning to redeploy because I was scared for my life. But then when I got to Jos, I realized that it's not as it seems. And my first encounter was coming across strawberries in traffic in Jos Plateau State. Now, if you lived in Lagos, you would know that a fruit like strawberries, you could only find them in stores like delis, stores that import fruit into Nigeria. And here I was in traffic in Jos, seeing strawberries for the first time. And then I called the lady. I said, "Oh, can I have the strawberries? How much?" She said 500 naira for a pack. And I asked her again, I said, "Are you sure?" She said, "Yes, 500 naira for a pack." I said, "Okay, give me 3 packs." Because to me, it didn't feel real. So I asked for 3 packs and I took the strawberries. And so I went back to, you know how NYC is with all your copper friends. I said, "Everyone, would you believe that these strawberries, I got them for 1,000. By the way, I priced everything, all 3 packs to 1,000 naira, because I could not just believe that strawberries was growing in Jos and I just didn't know. Anyway, so I told my friends that, "Would you believe that this is 1,000?" And they all did not believe. So we said, "You know what? Let's find the farmers. Let's find the people." So we went to the farmers market, because in Jos, every Tuesday there's a farmers market where all the farmers from different parts of Plateau State, they all come together to sell their produce. And when I got to the farmers market, it was very quiet. No one was buying these fruits. There was strawberries. I can still remember there was cherries. So all these imported fruits, they were all there, but there was no one buying it. So I took a picture and I posted it on Twitter. And let me give you an idea of my Twitter page. I am someone that I don't tweet. My Twitter was just to, retweet and laugh. But I posted this and it went viral. And I had people retweeting. I had people messaging me, replying. That post went viral that I could not even use my phone. And everyone was just surprised as I was. Strawberries grow in Nigeria. I can't believe this. I didn't know this. How can we get this? And that's how my business started, right? Just from one post. And before I knew it, I started shipping strawberries to Lagos, to Abuja. And I think the awareness I created allowed other people to also come to Jos and start the business also, because the market that was sad and quiet started bubbling and more people were buying from the farmers. And since 2018, when we started, we've really, really grown, because we were not only selling to consumers, we did not only sell to consumers, we started selling to restaurants. And these restaurants found us from our posts, because what I was doing then was I would take pictures, I would post it on Twitter. Then from Twitter, someone suggested, "Oh, come to Instagram. Instagram is a bigger space for you." And so I would take these pictures, I was posting them on Instagram. And I wasn't only posting pictures, I was also posting behind the scenes. Strawberries, these are the women. So the strawberries, they are not harvested by machines, they are harvested by women. Right now, the women are about, depending on the farms, 100, 200 women. Every year, they know what to do. Strawberry season is from November to April in Nigeria. After April, they rest for like 2 months, and then they start planting, preparing for the next season from November to April. So it's a cycle. And all these women, they all know what to do. They know that this is our job.
See, for me, what I heard is that from a place of fear, you didn't know what was going to happen to you in Jos. And then like play, as they say. It started with a tweet. So this is what we're talking about. Young people are using technology and are solving problems that they are seeing on the ground. I love it. Tajuddin, Extension Africa. How did this start? Did you always know from school that going to get into extension?
No. Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Tajuddin Yahya, CEO of Extension Africa. To be honest, I wanted to be a petroleum engineer. Yeah. It's almost certain, when growing up, that you're either a medical doctor, a lawyer, engineer, and our parents kind of have pride in those words and those courses. And I think the first backlash I had was from my dad. And when I applied for petroleum engineering in ATB Bauchi, I got animal science. And that was like, no-brainer for him. He kept saying, I should go back and sit for JAMB again. So, but one thing I actually wanted to do was to do something that makes sense. That's one thing I've ever wanted to do in life. And I prayed to God then to give me something that would actually add value to some other person. So starting out without an idea of what to do after my first degree in animal science, I went for an MBA in agribusiness management from Bayer University, Kano. I think that was when I got to understand that a lot of times from the schools and from the universities, we've actually not learned to train students of agriculture to see agriculture as a gold mine, right? I think we train students to see agriculture as a research kind of thing. So you're either studying the skin or the muscles or the blood, this kind of things. Meanwhile, you know, you can actually be a poultry farmer, right? So the first thing I had to do was to say, can we go back to schools and train students on agripreneurship, right? Because I felt that was the missing link. Now we did that for 2 years, and that experience also led us to an encounter with an extension agent. So this will happen in 2019. There was this elderly man. A client wanted his service, so we linked the client to the extension agent. So after the agent worked for like 5 hours, the client paid the agent 2,000 naira. So the extension agent came back, 1,000. So that was actually on a lot of work in this space. We've not genuinely been on ground that are working under the rain, under the sun, but nobody's actually seen the value they provide at the last mile. And you know, there's this saying that the closer you are to the farmer, the poorer you get. So automatically the extension agent is the next poorer person, you know, to the farmer. So that was how we started. And since then, we made it upon ourselves that we have to solve the problem of extension services in Africa. And that night, we called it Extension Africa, right? And that was in 2020 agents, right? We're about 1 million farmers in 16 states. We have operations also in Kenya, right? And we've also been able to change the narrative today that extension is a good profession, is a good career option for young people. We can use technology to make extension agents smarter on ground. And rather than working in silos and having independent extension agents, we can build a central platform that connects everybody to the extension worker.
Absolutely.
And that is what we're doing. Thank you.
Perfect. Extension service delivery is a dignified route of employment, and you are doing something with purpose. So that for me is something that resonates with all the young entrepreneurs that we work with. They don't just want to make money. Yes, that is important. We will make money, but we will do it in a way that has purpose and impact. Mr. Bamanga, to you. So what started the pastoralist journey for you?
I say good afternoon, organizers of this program and the sponsors, as well as the partners who are here present now. I, Alaji Bamanga Adamu, of graduated from University of Maiduguri in 1991. Maybe some of you are not born.
Some of them were not born.
Actually, I'm a chartered accountant by profession. To be a farmer comes to me as an accident, but it is not. Because I am from my Bala local government. Everybody in Nigeria knows that my Bala local government is the home of retired Admiral Murtala Nyako, the former governor of Adamawa State, and it belongs to that area. So it happens that to be an agriculturalist, by seeing what he's doing in his farm, how he employs people, how he helps people. So that's what make me interested in farming. When I start farming, I have inherited farming in my home because they are all farmers. And from there, I start rearing cattle as a profession. After that, I say, why not join together with farming? Then I did that. So as he came as a governor, I make what I can do. When there is a workshop or seminar, inside or outside country for agriculturists or those who don't agree. I try to put myself there so that I should participate. I went to 16 countries, including Germany and Filipino. So happy to tell you this. I started this thing and it is progressing. And I have started that personally in my house or in my community, that is Gangle. So I am drawing the attention of youth by coming together, let's do this, let's do this. You'll get paid and you'll do something, especially really. That time we are selling milk at the cost of 100 naira per liter. I take the pen.
How much is it now? Sorry to cut you short. You were selling at 100 naira. How much is it now? Milk, how much is it now per liter?
Per liter is 100 naira per liter.
Then. Now.
Pound is 500 naira. I use my mobility to carry the milk from Gangle to Yola. There is one house they call Sare Kosam. That is home of milk. So they are using it in many ways. So that's how I encourage youth from my area, as well as the old men, to generate more revenue. And we get assistance with the coming of Sahel and Adil, get out the Sebore farm. Now they have easy things for us. Instead of going to Yola Sare Kosam, now we are selling our product in Sebore farm at the cost of 500 naira per liter.
Amazing, thank you. Thank you so much. So the thread I am hearing here is that whether agriculture and agribusiness happens to you by birth or by accident or because of fear, there are opportunities abound in it. People.
Good day. My name is Moses Michel Yagaskia, a 500 level student of social science in Ahmadu Bello University, and also a young agri-entrepreneur. Reflecting on your career journey, entrepreneurship can be a very challenging journey for young people, especially people coming out from the university. So reflecting on your journey, what advice will you give your younger self on how, regarding seeking mentorship and the resilience needed to push through early career failures? Secondly, the world is evolving, new technology coming in every day. The world is becoming digitalized. So from your specific role in the value chain, what digital skills or AI skills does one or a young entrepreneur need to learn in the next 3 years to remain competitive and still offer value in the agri space?
Hi, my name is Jessica from University of Nigeria.
We can stop now. Thank you.
Ajoke. Hi, everyone. I would like to answer this question because I was a graduate once and I was very confused. So I've gone from being a graduate, serving, in class 6 states as, as a fresh graduate, building the grocery lady, to now, we supply both restaurants, consumers, we create access to quality produce for them. We also process jams. So one of the things I didn't mention when I was giving my introduction is that there was so much produce going to waste when we came in that I realized that we could not sell everything fresh because by the time we harvested, they were so overripe that we could not ship them. So what we were doing, or what we started doing, is we started processing this fresh produce into jams and marmalades. So we were turning overripe produce, fresh produce, into jams and marmalade, and giving them value. So what I would say to answer his question is, as a fresh graduate, one of the things you should think about, doing or skills to acquire is data literacy. So right now, there's no access to data. So gathering data, collating them, and also using them, we don't have access to data in Nigeria. I can tell you right now that a lot of people do not know that we grow rambutans in Nigeria. We grow dates in Jigawa State, in Maiduguri State. So when I started, I didn't have access to all this information. And I had to be traveling all around Nigeria. I traveled to Kenya. I traveled to so many countries just to gather data and share them with our farmers. Another thing that we face and our farmers face is also access to medication and education. So if a farmer is dealing with pest infestation, what do they do? There's nothing for them. So we started connecting our farmers to farmers in other countries and teaching them. So what I would tell anyone that is starting now that wants to come into agriculture is to learn data literacy, how to collect data, information, and put them on a platform where everyone can access it. What are the fruits growing in Nigeria? Where can I find them? How do I treat this crop? So let's just say, for example, now, if he has like maybe some of his livestock are sick, where can he find the information to treat them? So these are not readily available. So yeah, for anyone coming in, I would tell them to learn the skills to gather data, put them together. And what's the first question you asked, please?
So two, one is on mentorship and the other is on digital skills, but I think you have handled it very well. And I love what you said. I would like to buttress this fact that Ajoke has found out that strawberries, strawberries and oranges are rotting in Jos. Meanwhile, we in Abuja are importing jam.
And so
doesn't make sense.
I think on mentorship, so a lot of people look for mentorship, but what value are you also bringing? So for me, on mentorship, I had the help of people along the way, but I also provided value in return. So when people come to me, okay, how can I help you? I don't just tell them I want money. I tell them, can you create access for me? So for example, how do we ship our produce from Jos to you in Lagos, in Abuja? We use coal trucks and we also use cargo planes, right? And so I asked, oh, do you have a coal truck that I can rent? So when it comes to mentorship, look for people in your industry, learn from them. It's not everything that demands money or the knowledge, because it's that knowledge you use to getting money and getting funding. You need the knowledge, you need the access, you need the information. So that's what I would advise.
Okay, which then knowledge, access, and information flows directly into Aju. Same question to you.
So I'll start with the first one because that connects with me. I think as a young person, the future is uncertain, definitely. The biggest thing you can do for yourself is to be genuine about yourself. I mean, you have to be intentional long-term and make long-term decisions. Now, very early in my career, I had the option to teach, which is almost the only option available to graduates, teach in primary school or secondary school. But I decided to go for a tailoring class because I felt with tailoring, I can actually acquire a skill that can help me survive. So I think the biggest thing you need to do as an early graduate is learn to survive. Nigeria, you don't get piecemeal. You have to find your way, hustle your way, right? Get what you want and fight for what you want, basically. I think once you do that, it helps you to think of yourself as a different person, as a product that you're selling to a market. Now, the second thing I would say that has helped also is that, learn to connect the dots in your life. I think I did that very early. I mean, there's a reason why you have your parents, why you went to the school to why you studied the courses you studied. Sometimes products that defines who we become. So I think by connecting our dots, that actually helps to shape our identity. And I think the last thing I would also want to mention is, I saw this quote somewhere that has helped me. 3 things that I did. Grow your mind, push yourself, take the lead. These are do not rely on certificates. I think right? When you grow your mind, you think beyond your certificates. I know we used to do these things when we were in school to say, after I graduate, even I won't read, right? But you have to read. You have to learn to become who you need to be. The second thing is, push yourself. We have a lot of job opportunities but we don't have the right candidates for them. Because most times we think having a certificate qualifies you for a job, but it doesn't. So you have to push yourself to become the person you need to be. And I think lastly is you have to be the lead. Do not play to win. You imagine yourself as a different person, but if you play.
Thank you. I love what you said regarding making yourself into a product. And with the product need, can I solve with this product? What insights do you have for this young person?
I was the youngest accountant. So, but I have confidence. I take it a challenge that I will challenge Olo Okure. Inshallah, I will pass without him knowing that I have passed. When he realized I have passed, I get 6 gifts in this area, in that area. He said, wow, this small boy have passed. I said, thank God. He called me. He gave me, by then, 1,000 naira he gave me. So I passed by surprise. So, my dear younger ones, have confidence in yourself.
Have confidence in yourself. And as we are all in this room, I know a lot
Whatever
of
you do, have confidence in that.
Thank you.
Not only in farming. Anywhere, whatever you are doing, have confidence first.
Thank you, Mr. Bamanga. And like I was saying, a lot of young people here have their mentors in the room. So be confident, be bold, and approach and say hello. Let's have the next question, please.
There's a video, actually.
Okay.
How were you able to build great trust with the farmers or the people you partner with? And how did you maintain that trust over time? Number 2, how do you balance quality assurance, example, food safety and sustainable agricultural practices, and years that you work with? Thank you.
Thank you. For this, I think I will start with you, Mr. Bamanga, growing trust with farmers, because you do a lot of grassroots activities, which involves trust. And I mean, trust is the cornerstone of that. So how do you manage that?
Here I would say, the previous speakers have said, why is the legal then? The legal must go with legacy. There's no legacy without legal. He is leaving a legacy, but first, legal is there for legacy. As she have just said, all that I would explain here is that, as I say, let her have confidence and like progress, put progress in her heart, pass in her life, she'll be successful wherever she is. Even she's in 500 level or so. Take these things in front of you and succeed. And I will say that be good. Let people have confidence in you. That's what I'm saying about confidence.
Thank you. Integrity. Be good. Integrity goes a long way towards building trust. Tajuddin, any of the 2 questions you would like to highlight? One is on quality assurance and the other is on building trust.
I think I'll start with trust. I'll do trust because with trust, you can actually work on quality as well. Farming is a people business. It's about people relationship. It's about trust. The best way to gain trust from farmers is to promise what you sell. And you have to start by thinking of the farmer as the smartest person in the room for you to be able to design for him. I think most times we think of it the other way around. These are people that make market decision, cost decision every day. You might just be another suit and a tie, but actually he's there working, right, to ensure he progresses. So the first thing you can do is whatever you're promising to a farmer, make sure you fulfill it. Now, once you do that, you can gain their trust. Now, the second thing I also want to say is you have to be genuinely interested in the farmer. Intentionality is not hidden. It is there. It's something they see. If you're intentional. And I think it helps us in the design to say, if I'm going to sell groceries, for example, using Haki's example, sell it at 1,000 naira. If I sell it at 1,200 naira, the farmers will trust me more than even if I sell it at 1,000 naira. So sometimes on the promising over delivery works. So if we are able to say what we mean and what we try to do with farmers, we would actually gain their trust. But that has harmed a lot of relationships. So as we embark on our businesses, I would say whatever it is you want to do not overpromise. If all you can do is move a product from point A to point B, tell a farmer that's all you can do. Do not add to it. And once you do that, you can actually add other value over time. But start with fulfilling those trusts, start with selling, fulfilling your promises, and then you can build trust and you can bring other people along.
Great. So Ajoke, that leaves you with the food quality assurance and safety question.
So I would say when I started my business, one of the things I realized that was lacking is farmer knowledge. So a lot of our farmers harvest the produce either too early or when it's overripe. So when it comes to quality, yeah. So when it comes to quality, quality assurance for our farmers, what we had to do was we had to do classes and bring all our spread across northern Nigeria and learn from each other, learn the right always green. If you leave your oranges on, the Nigerian oranges are orange, but it's ripe. So we also let them know that when the produce is at this stage, you need to harvest them. So what we had to do, we just had to keep, teaching them, investing in them. And on food safety, one of the things that I also realized is food contamination. And also, so there's a chemical called carbide. Now, a lot of produce out there are ripened with calcium carbide. And you may not know this, but produce like plantain, mangoes of these fruits. And that's something we had to come to let the farmers know that you should not control the ripening of produce. You should leave bananas, plantains, leave them on the tree, they would ripen. Another thing that we also realized was, for example, when farmers harvest oranges, they wash them with soap. I'm sure that's with soap. That's not right. Because the chemicals from the soap seeps into the oranges, you end up eating them, and it affects your health. Things like calcium carbide affects your liver. So you keep wondering, why am I sick? Why am I falling sick? What is wrong with me? It's what you've consumed. And so we don't look at the farmers. We don't invest in the farmers enough. They don't know what is right or what is wrong. And that's where people like me, like the grocery lady, comes in. And I also want to implore that everyone here, you also have to do your part. If you see people doing what is not right, let them know, educate them. They may not know. that it is wrong. So it's all fix the food system. Tell people, oh, you are using calcium carbide to ripen these oranges, to ripen these mangoes. Don't do that. So these are some of the, measures that we've put in place. We are constantly putting, consumer education out there, right? We're constantly letting people know this is the right way to handle your produce. This is the right way to package, your food. So I believe that answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much for raising such an important issue, because the issue of food safety is not one to joke with. As we can see and hear, there's a lot of work to be done in our food systems, and you can be working and transforming this sector within our food producers, because it's a business to them, and they also want to make sure that they put out the highest quality. But before we roll the next question, I have a follow-up question for you, Tajuddin, on something you had mentioned regarding building trust. A lot of our entrepreneurs are chasing two things at the same time, especially when they start off. Should I retain the current clients and customers I have, focus on that, or should I go for growth? So tell us about your experience. Which do you prioritize and why?
I mean, that's a big question, actually. I think I run with the philosophy of romancing your customer, right? It's strictly around, sometimes, with the few farmers you have, you can actually do more, right, than when you have too many farmers. I think sometimes we chase numbers, right, to say I have 5,000, I have 2,000, and maybe all we are serving that are really happy with what we're doing is just 200. So, well, instead of chasing growth or the numbers, I would say focus on serving your existing customers first. Once you can actually ensure that they are well served, you can scale. But to scale as well, that is where the issue of work with, you have quality issues to fix. So you need to use your first experience to build the right system. Now, that could be maybe automation, that could be things around fixing system in terms of if you are into sales of strawberries, I think that's the simplest example I can give so far. Existing farmers you're buying from, do you have enough logistics system to take on those products, right? And do you have enough markets? Now, once you fix that chain, you can now automate that and scale. So possibly you get more logistics service providers. So I think that learn from your existing customers, build systems around them, automate what you can automate, right? Create efficiency, then scale, and scale as fast as you can.
Great. I'm watching the time and I see that we have about a quarter of an hour. So at this point, I would like to open it up to the house if there are any questions for these innovators on stage. I see a hand, just the one. Two. So mics will be coming round.
Any questions?
Are the mics going around? Yes. Yes. Are the mics?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Godwin Emmanuel, the CEO of G Classic Food and Caterers Limited. My question is narrowed to the speakers. I would like them to please just share in their experience regarding to scenarios in their journey where they experienced total failure and started again. Because I once in a time had the opportunity to scale, fail, rise again, fail, I'm talking about failure, not in some aspect. Where if you are in full service, for example, you close shop, staff went back, again. Thank you.
Thank you. So total failure and starting again.
I won't say our business relies on logistics, shipping produce to consumers, hotels, restaurants. And during COVID-19, we could not move any of our produce. So I had farmers calling me saying, oh, Ajoke, this is ready. And then, just like what he said, to build trust, you have to assure the farmers that whatever produce they have, you would take it, you would buy it from them, they would make money from it. And 2021, calling me, we have the flowers, the red blueberries, the raspberries. So we had so much produce and everyone was calling me left and right. And so I remember, renting a coal truck, as at that time, it was 400K to rent a coal truck. And we put this coal truck on the road. We filled this up with all the produce. We let all our restaurants, because some businesses were still running at that time. We let them know that, oh, we're sending you produce. Thank you for your order. And these produce were, they were sent. They got to the road and they could not move. I think they were stopped in Kaduna because at that time, people were not, they didn't sit at home and the road was blocked. And I had produce in a coal truck that it went bad because I think the truck spent 4 days on the road. What should have taken like 12, 24 hours, 4 days. And I had to still pay the farmers because yes, trust and integrity. So I had to take everything. I had to take all the losses. I had to refund customers. And I think at that point, I told myself that I can't run this business anymore. I have to let my farmers know that I'm sorry, but I can't do this. I have to be transparent. So I let them know. I said, I'm very sorry, but I do not have the capacity to, run this business anymore. The trucks are not moving. There's nothing to do. So just to answer your question, one of the things I would say is whenever you're faced with a problem, you have to think of a solution. You have to think that what can I do to get out of this pickle, right? And so what I had to do at that time was I had to go into processing. I realized that I needed to process as much as possible. And we didn't have the capacity to do so, but I told all my farmers, you guys have to all come, you have to work for me. Right now, don't stay at home. Come to my house, we'll process all these fruits. And so we started freezing the strawberries. And when, the lockdown was lifted, we were able to sell frozen strawberries, right? So when the lockdown was lifted, we were able to move some things. And that's how I honestly scaled through COVID-19, and I was able to restart my business and rise up again. So
Ajoke, you scaled through and you scaled through from aggregating and COVID-19 pushed you to processing. Amazing. Next question. I would like to take 2 more questions very quickly for
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Abdul Qadir. My question goes to the guys over there. There are some individuals that don't believe in GMO, genetically modified organisms. So I don't know, how can you convince this individual or group of persons that GMO is safe for their health? GMO.
Full meaning.
GMO.
Abbreviation.
Next question, we can take this question. The panelists are still around. I'm very wary of time, so we can take this question. Come find us after this session. And last one.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Didion Johnson from Sustained Excellence in Farming Initiative. My question goes directly to Mr. Tadujin. In this conference, a lot has been said on partnership, multi-sectoral partnerships. And there are a lot of companies, a lot of organizations in the agricultural space that are coming up with innovations and productivities. I want to ask, how is your relationship with partners? Because as an extension agent, most of your responsibility is to diffuse these innovations from the shelves to the local farmers. So how have you been able to come up with partnership Has it been easy for you? And are there challenges you would like to share?
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I think that's a very, very important question. The conversation we've had earlier, from the previous speakers also centered around partnership. One of the things that we've seen in extension is we have to move away from agricultural extension to agribusiness extension, right? Which is rather than just a one-sided relationship between research agent and farmer, how do we bring value chain ecosystem, right, to work with an agent to connect with a farmer? So that was the idea we have. And for us to really solve this problem, to be honest, everything has to be partnership, had to be partnership. The model we run today at Extension Africa was actually built around partnership. A lot of our customers actually taught us what they wanted, and we built our business model around that. So it doesn't come without challenges, to be honest. I think at the very early stage of Extension Africa, it was hard because at that time we had not built a brand, right? So you'd speak with like 1,000 people and maybe you get like 2 to 3, right? But I think the best way to go around partnership is first is, you have to be the first brand before your company, right? So the one way to be a brand is, say, you are an intellectual, an expert in your field. So you want to be an extensionist, an expert in extension. If you create your identity around that, people will listen to you. From there, you introduce your brand. That was exactly what we did. Myself and my co-founder actually created a name that was respected by a lot of people. And from there, we started actually introducing our concept of a value chain extension system. And after then, we started having more people to say, yes, can your extension system solve access to finance? Can your extension system solve access to seeds and agrochemicals? Can it solve access to markets? And we started building the model really around these partnerships. And currently what we have at Extension Africa is, an extension agent that is a one-stop shop for farmers where different value chain actors can connect with the farmer. So it makes it easier for the agent. And this is really what partnerships can do. If we can collaborate effectively and efficiently, we can actually go far, right, than where we are today. And that is really the essence of the conversations we have. So it would help you in maybe your line of business, the same way it helped us in our line of business, that do not think in silos, think as a collective, think in systems, and know who your customers are, know who your partners are, but at the same time, know the core of your business so that you know where to look for collaboration and where you should actually, try and protect yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And this is all we have time for today on the stage. We're talking, come back. So the conversation should not end here. There are still a few questions, I know, and the panelists are still around. Madam MC is giving me the side eye and she's ushering us off of the stage. So any other question, please do meet our panelists. They are still around. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, please a resounding round of applause to our distinguished panelists. That round of applause is not deserving. Thank you very much. They've shared inspiring stories. Us. So while the panel session was ongoing, a key member of the Federal Executive Council walked in, and we are very honored today at the Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference to have the presence of the Honorable Minister of Budget and National Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagadu. Thank you very much, sir. We're excited to have you. And at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I want to kindly invite everyone to please rise as we take the national anthem of our beloved country, Nigeria. Okay. All right, we're just observing protocol. Thank you very much. Media team, please. Okay, so we're going to have the anthem on the background. and then we sing together. Are we ready? All right, after the count of 2, 1, 2, go. Our own native land, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria saw how to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you very much. Please, you may be seated. One more time, a round of applause for our beautiful country, Nigeria. At this junction, we also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Nuhu Adamu Kilishi, the Director of Nutrition and Food Safety. He's representing the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Please can we put our hands together for him? So we're going to briefly have the ministerial address. And we know that the minister is very busy, but we're so honored that out of his busy schedule, he has, thought it wise to grace this conference and made out time for that. So to have the ministerial address, distinguished guests, please can we make welcome His Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Budgets and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagado. Please can we make the round of applause bigger? Thank you.
Sit down. I don't know why Ndidi insisted on having me here, because there's a very rich line-up, and she knows how much I value what Mezo and herself have done the agricultural space in Nigeria, even beyond, but I'm quite honored to be here. I did show her my schedule. I was at an EU Nigeria investment event as early as 8:30, and we were signing some agreements which are bringing investment into Nigeria. But of course, this is no doubt important. So when you call me, I knew that I must come and further show my respect. I have been at every event you have invited me, just to first and foremost demonstrate the gratitude of the nation to you for what you have been doing, and to also, on a personal note, appreciate how much support you have given me. Both when I was governor of Kebbi State, I chaired 2 presidential committees, one to make Nigeria self-sufficient in rice and wheat, and then subsequently be the vice chairman to let President Buhari, may God grant him paradise, as vice chairman of National Food Security Council. And both of you have been there, as you are, and you have remained there. So thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulations. The representative of the Minister of Agriculture, or Ministers of Agriculture, and the Managing Director of Bank of Industry, and the Executive of Nigeria Agricultural Development Fund. Sorry if I stop there so that I don't mess up. Advisor to Mr. President, and indeed all those who are part and parcel of this ecosystem that are helping to make our world better. And let me start by appreciating all of you. I came in at the end of answer and question session, but one can get the gist of it, that in designing for legacy and building resilient and impact-driven private sector participants must be given the pride of place. And I think even hearing that, and from what one has seen in the country over the last few years, one have every reason to be proud, especially what Sahel Capital have done themselves. So congratulations, all of you. I don't want to bore you with maybe things that you must have heard from agriculture, but what is worth restating is that building resilient and impact-driven food systems should be hardwired to any economic plan, because not only is it a demonstration of the fact that food systems are driven by modernization and innovation and creativity, and the fact that in moving from primitiveness to modern food systems, innovation, technology, creative destruction is an ingredient and necessary part of it. From the basic production itself, moving people introduce more science, appreciation that agriculture is maybe 100% science. But like anything evolutionary, we started from at the lower end of the spectrum, and every day we are seeing more introduction of scientific methods, and the more we incorporate them and add into that is the other elements of it, which are nutrition, value addition, packaging, industrialization. Because as captured adequately by Václav Smil in his How to Feed the World, agriculture resilient systems are not about production alone. They are a lot about appreciating that we have to do many things differently: how we package, how we distribute, how we process, how we add value. And we are now given a platform to reflect on what has been done, to bring together people, amazing people who are helping us, and to give them confidence that this is a golden moment in our country, in the sense that we have a president who has a profound mindset and who is using the totality of his capacity to bring to attention the need to support our private sector. Thematically, the risk and remove distortionary policies that have limited the ability to achieve. We are not choosing winners. We are putting in place policies and programs that will ensure that those who put faith in our economy are richly rewarded. So from policies to line up, that's why I say, indeed, why did you bring me here? We have a very brilliant managing director of the Bank of Agriculture, the same thing with NADF. I think that's are you from the agri insurance? I think no, that's NADF for sure. Okay, so these are all institutional players who are brought with new energy. I remember spending about 1.5 hours or 2 with the managing director of IO Soterin of Agriculture, and then about 2 weeks ago. And he told me how basically he has to review the whole bank. And I said, well, that's what we brought you for, because you have the brilliance, the capacity, the experience, and the support. So from a governmental point of view, we are ever so aware that in designing for legacy and building resilient and impact-driven food systems, it's not a monologue. It's a dialogue with the private sector taking a pride of place. And that's why these moments like this matter, so that our attention is further drawn, or what we say is further interrogated, so that we can all do better together, particularly given the fact that the food systems is a major domestic and international trade issue. So there are international distortions. That's why we don't yet have an agreement as we wish to have World Trade Organization on agriculture. I think so because of these forums like this are important so that we ensure that the policies that we put in place are those that will work, or even legislations, so that we can together think through and mobilize and support each other so that we can do better. There are opportunities in this, big opportunities, and I'm sure I'm talking to the combats or even those who are already out there. And especially now that we have, Mr. President, have challenged us to generate a $1 trillion economy by the year 2030 in an inclusive manner, which agriculture, food systems are one of the major drivers of that growth and in inclusive manner. So part of what we have done and what we are doing now in twofold is that we are mapping the economic and especially the agricultural potentials and when I say agri, including processing, that are unique to each of the 8,809 wards in the country. Whether it's a local government, whether it's a rural community that is a fish producing community or cassava producing, we believe by focusing on that unit and putting a governance structure around those opportunities, more value can be generated. And this work is currently in, and it's not exclusive to it's not a government, it's a government-led collaborative, because we took the Constitution. In coming up with that, we took the Constitution and recognized that agriculture is an obligation by the 3 tiers of government. So how about putting a collaborative program together that can support heuristic, that can support localization of opportunities and developing them, so that private sector players like you can further benefit or can guide us in ways that we can de-risk further or generate values, whether in the production itself or in packaging or in the ecosystem, because that is what will cure some of the challenges like nutrition. Equally, we are reviewing the National Development Plan to put in place the 2026-2030 plan. And at the heart of it is that mapping, because we want to build a foundation. So as some of you might know, some of you might not, each local government in Nigeria is divided into units called wards, 109 of them. So we are doing the mapping, and what we want is for the mapping to be used as an input by the local government, so to say a local government plan, which will further be aggregated at the state level as a state plan, which will further provide input to the national plan. And from 2026, even though the plan might not be finished, but even federal transfers and allocations of money from 2026 in the federal budget will follow that mapping support. We want to ensure that public money is going to support communities in what they can do better and what they can do more efficiently, or what you can support them so that the private sector can find it less risky to invest in them and generate more output. The march to $1 trillion economy requires heavy lifting. And I believe there's enough energy, there's enough capacity in this to help us with some of the input that can ensure that it comes easy. We have our team members here. I'm sure they have spoken or they will line more. What I can, on behalf of Mr. President, confirm is that we are available to the private sector. We are available to forums like this to interrogate, be challenged, so that our policies, our programs, and even our legislations can be improved. We are very, very pleased Sahel Capital not only has been mobilizing capital into the economy, but that confidence that they have in our economy, that confidence you have in our economy is consistent with the absorptive capacity of our economy. Because and I'll land on this, and I don't think, and I believe I will be right if I say the country with the greatest absorptive capacity in agriculture or food system is Nigeria. About 90% of those involved in our agri space are still rain season dependent farmers. So we can put hundreds of billions of dollars into irrigation infrastructure, basic processing, go into a market. Those are Akara sellers, hardworking women. See our bole sellers, hardworking women. See our cashew nut sellers by the roadside, with imagination, with linkage from private sector players. Like, they can become wealthier, you will be certainly wealthier, and our food systems will be better and more resilient. Thank you.
Please, I want to invite our Honorable Minister and also our distinguished guests back. Let's come to the front so we just take a group photograph. Okay, thank you very much. You know, it's very important that as we are designing for legacy, we need all stakeholders. And as private institutions, development institutions, we cannot do this alone without the government body providing enabling environment. So having the Honorable Minister with us is giving us that backup and that confidence that the government is also supporting what we're doing, because if we're going to design for legacy, then all hands must be on deck. So, and we're excited that the Honorable Minister has come in person to showcase that support and commitment. Please, one more time, can we celebrate the Honorable Minister, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagadu, CON. Thank you very much, sir. We're happy to have you. I want to quickly recognize the presence of the Executive Secretary and CEO, National Agricultural Development Fund, Mr. Mohammed A. Ibrahim. Please, can we put our hands together? Thank you very much. We're happy to have you. We also have in our midst today the MD and CEO of Bank of Agriculture, Mr. Ayo Soteri. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Ayo? Okay. So we're going to quickly take another ministerial address. We have the Minister of Agriculture and Food security, who is ably represented by Mr. Nuhu Adamu Kilishi, the Director of Nutrition and Food Safety. So please, can we put our hands together as we welcome him for his brief address? Please, we can make the round of applause better. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, distinguished guests on the high table, colleagues in the food system space, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This is a speech from our minister, from our ministry, and I'm reading on his behalf. It is my honor to join you at this occasion of the Sahel Food Systems Changemakers Conference 2025. I commend Sahel Consulting for its unwavering commitment to food systems transformation and for convening us under a team that is both an aspiration and a command, designing for legacy, building resilient and impact-driven food systems. We are meeting at a moment of profound consequence. Our nation and the broad African continent face escalating challenges, climate shocks, geopolitical volatility, and demographic pressures. Yet, we recognize that within these challenges lies an unprecedented opportunity to not just endure, but to design a future where food security and nutrition is guaranteed and prosperity is also shared. Our team, Designing for Legacy, Building Resilience and Impact-Driven Food System, speaks to two imperatives. First, the notion of legacy demands that the choices we make today endure beyond electoral cycles and funding windows and become institutionalized practices that anchor well-being, prosperity, sustainability, and equity. Secondly, resilient and impact-driven food systems point us to reality that our food systems must absorb shocks, adapt to change, and deliver measurable benefits for producers, consumers, the environment, and also the economy. To give an example, many times during monitoring visits to rural areas, we in the ministry meet smallholder horticulture farmers who work so long and hard, yet lose at least 20% of their harvest to bruising and heat. For us at the ministry, designing for legacy means ensuring that the efforts of these farmers are rewarded by the strength of the systems that support them from farm to market. In Nigeria, agriculture remains central not only to food and nutrition security, but to employment, rural livelihoods, and income diversification. The ministry's current strategies emphasize empowering farmers, facilitating market access, and promoting sustainable practices. We are confronted with multiple headwinds: rising input costs, climate change, infrastructure gaps, post-harvest loss, and the urgent need to strengthen nutrition outcomes. The government has declared the agricultural sector among the top priority areas of the Renewed Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Also, the Ministry's National Agricultural Technology and Innovation Policy 2022 to 2027 outlines institutional reform, technology adoption, extension services, soil health, and food reserves, among others. So we come to this gathering not from a position of complacently, but a sense of mission. How do we transform our food system so that they are built to last, built to perform, and built to deliver for all Nigerians? Using data from the Nigerian Food Systems Dashboard, we now track subnational trends in the cost and consumption of healthy diets and resilience indicators across 30 states and the FCT. This evidence is shaping how we target interventions. Evidence, not assumption, is now driving our design. Distinguished participants, let me highlight three critical design elements that will help us build legacy food systems. Number one, institutional resilience. Legacy means institutions, systems, and policies that persist beyond personalities and programs. At the ministry, we are repositioning our systems, deepening engagement between farmers, herders, communities, and research fellows. We will further strengthen extension, research linkages, data systems, seed entrepreneurs, and service delivery. We must embrace flexible, adaptive mechanisms so that when shocks occur, be they climate, market, or security, we will respond rapidly but objectively, back stronger. That is why we have developed the Nigerian Agricultural Intelligence Plan to link researchers, farmers, and markets, as well as boost access to productivity enhancers across the entire food system. We are working based on the strong conviction that institutional resilience is built not only for structures, but also information flow. The second critical point is value chain and impact orientation. A resilient food system is not just about production. It is about value chains, processing, markets, and delivery of nutrition. We must shift our focus from simply increasing output to ensuring that value is captured, that waste is minimized, that smallholder farmers and youth and women are integrated in dynamic, profitable chains. For example, our introduction of biofortified zinc rice varieties speaks to linking agronomy with nutrition, resilience, and economics. Likewise, we are working to scale up stackable tomato crates and modular cold rooms with private partners to reduce vegetable losses by up to 15% within the next 6 months of deployment. There are small examples, but they represent a shift. These are small examples, but they represent a shift from project to performance, from activity to measurable impact. Legacy means impact-driven. We measure success, not just by hectares cultivated, but by the incomes raised, diets improved, jobs created, and ecosystems restored. The third critical point is partnership and inclusion. None of the efforts to design, institutionalize, and sustain resilient impact-driven food systems across institutions can work unless we have value chains and partnerships. And we'll have to do that for us to succeed. We need collaboration among stakeholders. The challenges and opportunities ahead demand partnership between government, private sector, civil society, research institutes, and global actors. The Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security is already strengthening strong cooperation within the region and also United Nations, development partners, and the industry at large. Equally important is inclusion of women, youth, and marginalized farmers, and of the informal sector. Legacy implies no one is left behind. It means that the voices of those who grow our food, handle post-harvest, transport, process, and sell must be central to our design. This food systems Changemakers Conference, organized by Sahel Consulting, is timely and important. By convening changemakers across government, private sector, civil society, and media, the event offers a critical space for cross-fertilization of ideas and practices. Nigeria, with its scale and diversity, is in many ways a laboratory for resilient and impact-driven food system design. But Nigeria's challenges are shared by many other countries in Africa. It is therefore fitting that at this gathering, we think not only of our national outcomes, but also of continental legacy of transformation. Allow me to emphasize the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security's willingness to partner, to share lessons, to learn from others, and to scale innovations that work. So, distinguished participants, I propose that we will commit to at least 3 actions during this conference and beyond. 1, let's design programs with exit strategies. Too many well-intentioned initiatives fail when donor funding ends. Legacy means that the momentum continues. We must build from the outset the financial, institutional, and community ownership that endures. Secondly, let's embed measurement of impact. We need clear indicators: how many livelihoods improved, how many tons of food are wasted, how many women are served, how many people can afford healthy diets, and how many people are able to raise their income within a short period. We must commit to data, transparency, and accountability. Thirdly, let's mobilize collective action. The complexity of food systems transformation demands multi-stakeholder coalitions. The government sets the enabling environment, but private sector, capital entrepreneurs, cooperatives, research institutes, and civil society all have roles to play. Let us forge alliances that carry the legacy forward. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, I assure you that Nigeria remains fully committed to building a resilient and impact-driven food system. We will advance the reforms, strengthen institutions, empower farmers, elevate agribusiness, deepen nutrition linkages, and promote sustainability. We are ready to engage with you, all participants here, and those who are also not here, to learn, share, collaborate, and build solutions that last. In conclusion, let us remember that designing for legacy is not about looking back with nostalgia. It is about looking forward with resolve. It is about creating systems, partnerships, and outcomes today that tomorrow's generations will benefit from. Let our legacy be one of abundant harvest, empowered communities, robust markets, healthier citizens, and a sustainable planet. Thank you for your attention. I wish us all a highly productive conference. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Distinguished guests, one more time, a resounding round of applause for the representative of the Minister of Agriculture and Food Security, Mr. Nuhu Adamu Kilishi. Please can we put our hands together for him? You know, while the representative of the minister was speaking, he said something. He said, legacy involves no one is left behind. And he also says, legacy involves, or it shows that momentum continues. So you don't just start something and it ends, but momentum continues. And it's so interesting because before we had the ministerial address, we had the Changemakers spotlight, where we spotlighted some innovative youth who are contributing to the agricultural food system in Nigeria. And while they were speaking, you know, I observed something. I feel like we have 70% of youth in the room, but I want to confirm that. If you're a youth in the room this afternoon, can you say I? If you're a youth at heart, can you say I? Okay, so everyone here is a youth, right? Please, a round of applause for yourselves. And I want to quickly highlight what MasterCard Foundation is doing. You know, we have agripreneurs, young people who have been sponsored and brought together here by MasterCard Foundation. If you are one of the youth and agripreneurs from MasterCard Foundation, can you just put a wave of hand? Can I see your hand? And it's very important what MasterCard Foundation is doing, because we need young people to come into rooms where their voices will be heard. And that's why MasterCard has put their weight behind these young entrepreneurs to make sure they are in this conference. So one more time, a round of applause for MasterCard Foundation and also all the youth present today. So very quickly, we're going to look at a short feature film that highlights the SNP project and how it is transforming nutrition outcome by embedding behavioral changes into food system. Another organization that is highlighting designing for legacy talking about youth transformation, talking about investing in the younger generation, is the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, GAIN. So we're going to look at a feature video from GAIN where they're talking about sustaining impact by behavioral change, that is strengthening nutrition in priority stable projects. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please can you look to your screen as we briefly watch a very interesting, interactive and educative video by the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. Media, please.
Semble yango gen la pani va hanen lu complain na shi me ashi mu fa to nengen hashi mayanga so ni lu olu le pe ma na ve se hen pishi ma se lu van lu ashi pishi na ha.
This project came into being as a result of an existing project called the Green Innovation Center. There is a need for all our beneficiaries or participants in the various LGS or communities where we work to see importance of consuming safe and nutritious foods. And hence we're starting with the responsibility of promoting access and consumption of safe and nutritious foods. For us to be able to achieve this, there's a need for us to create awareness. There's a need for people to change their behaviors. Hence why we contacted CCSI to help us with our social and behavioral change communication campaign, of which the beta campaign is part of the activities they are implementing on the field.
Miu kaha wen kahifan sha e yang ni va hen ni va tu ma myonga we se ni yen na ha kudwa ya jen nenga ayu ya ki ikaha nanu fa jeme kwa ne ka kwa udido ya wen yeme hemen.
I used to sell food items. I used to sell maize, potatoes, yam, and the rest. It's in our meeting that they come and inform us that we should be selling potato. We should not be selling only orange and the rest. We was not selling it before because we doesn't hear about the potato. It's now that we hear it and we know that the potato is good that we started. I used to use the profits and pay my children's school fees, buy food for them so that they'll be taking it to school also.
We have been planting cassava and not of that type. The type of cassava we plant was different. And when this project came to us, we were told how it is important.
The very first month I started this work, a lot of people from here bought and planted with their own money because they said that before the knowledge was not in them. But now that the knowledge is with them, they want to have it around them. And they have accepted it as part of their crops in their farms.
I'm advising my people that this project should go over all Benue states because it is very important to our health.
Alwelu yon ya e ka ukenge chi lakpa ukla facho ukenge imega ka ukenge wen ya udzuwa anoma nlua sheu sha e yange imaluwe ukenge la
ile vesi he yo mokpa nguho kwa la vage tio lu nguho la nguho Sega yo yamba moka luwe hene chese mi kwa ni bi fa gbada we pa we fa po ataka le we fa po ataka le tomo we le la ba lu ba la pa be ba juwa mi nka yana ka tu ga de ya saka le do de bu me ngana ado saka le do si bona kwa do
Yo vale ya on ga ni wa jin ya ahun lo mu anini ahun lo mu agafe wala do je be mi ro me la fi ba ahun lo mu lo pa ya ado na kamera ma feke mo ka ma we le tun kwa shu ma bi ya on ti
ìgbà tí wọ́n kó dé okùn náà fún wa
a lọ gbìn láàrin oṣù mẹ́ta àti bí ọ̀sẹ̀ méjì tá a gbìn a rí i pé ó ti ní ẹ̀ta tó pọ̀ nídìí kódà ó fẹ̀ ju ti àkọ́kọ́ tá à ń gbìn lọ èyí mú kí adán tí wọ́n sọ nípa rẹ̀ fún wa wò pé tá a bá jẹ ó máa mú kí ìlera wọ́n yàtọ̀ ó mú kí èmi náà wú ànàmọ́ yìí mo wú lọlé gẹ́gẹ́ bí àjọsọ wa pé ilé wa ní kákọ́ fi tọ́jú ná kárí bó ṣe rí lára wa ká tó lè ròyìn fún ẹlòmíì ẹ mọ̀ pé wọ́n já mọ̀ pé ànàmọ́ yìí yàtọ̀ sí tàtẹ̀yìnwá mo wú ànàmọ́ yìí lọlé wa mo ní kí wọ́n sè é àṣe sísè àjẹ tútù.
a gbọ́ nípa ẹ̀ pé iṣẹ́ ẹ̀dá àwa gangan àtúnwárí nígbà tá à ń ṣe tá à ń jẹ tá à ń fáwọn èèyàn jẹ tá à ń tà.
In Kaduna State, GEN is trying to bring the message of vitamin A maize by creating awareness in 4 local governments in Kaduna. People get the information of vitamin A maize. So we are trying to create demands and to tell these people that these foods are highly nutritious and it has dual advantages for them. They can plant and eat, and as well, they can plant to sell and make money for themselves.
Da farko ina yin gari na farar masara ne. To daga baya lokacin da wannan masara ta zo wadda take dauke da vitamin A din nan sai muka karbe sai muka fara yi da ita. To a hankali kasancewa yadda mutane suke jin labarin ta da amfanin ta a jikin jama'a a jikin mutane din sai zamana na farar masaran kasuwan yana ja baya yana yin ƙasa amma na jan masara din yana yin sama wanda ya kai ga zuwa yanzu na ma bar na farar masaran na jan ne kawai nake yi ban san cin akwai wata masara mai dauke da vitamin A ba mun sani abin da inda ake samun vitamin A kamar su wake ne da sauran abubuwa dai kaman a baya lokacin da nake amfani da farar masara in a cikin kwana 10 sati zuwa kwana 10 zan iya sai da garin buhun masara ɗaya wanda ke shi 100 kg kenan to lokacin da mutane suka anshi wannan masarar mai vitamin A din nakan iya sai da buhu 1 da rabi buhu 2 saboda haka ta wannan hanyar na ga ci gaba tun da hatta income ina ya karu wanda nake samu ya karu daga wanda nake yi a baya.
Na je aka yi mana bayani akan ta sannan kuma aka bani irin ta in shuka mutane suna zuwa da yawa suna neman iri a wurina har ma sun makure ni ina fita waje in nemo wanda duk na san sun dan shuka ta ina samowa ina ba mu mutane wasu in siyar musu wasu ma kyauta nake ba su. Amfani da wannan masara mai sinadarin vitamin A tana ƙara garkuwar jiki da ƙarfin ido da lafiyan fata da sauransu. Sa'annan kuma har ma suka faɗi a riƙa ana samun irin ta a ABU.
Program ya yi kyau har na tara mutane ma na sake ne musu a gida. Na tara mutane 10 kuma mun gansu da shi. Abinda na ce a yi su dafa dankali su sa daddawa su sa crayfish su sa ganye a ciki in sun ci sun sha ruwa da na koya musu na ni na yi su suna yi sun ce sun gode da fatar wanda ne musu.
Coming in contact with SNPs, I get to understand that we don't have to just eat anyhow. We eat foods that contains vitamins. So from then, I understand that every meal I am to eat, I should have a touch of vegetables or fruits to go down with. In my house, I cultivated gardens for vegetables. And then we were also trying to get the orange flesh potato stem so that I can also plant it.
CCSI implemented the Strengthening Nutrition in Priority Staples projects, the SNPs projects, in 4 states in Nigeria. And within these 4 states, we also worked in 4 local governments in each of these states. And we had the responsibility to increase demand for vitamin A nutrient-enriched crops. And as part of our achievements, we're able to reach over 13,000 people in phase 1. And in phase 2, which we refer to as the Better Campaign, we also were able to reach over 18,000 individuals.
In SNP phase 1, we did community dialogue, farm visits, and compound meetings. Here, we have spiced it up now in phase 2. We now have games. Games acts like a stress relief to our people. When they are playing the games, they live in the moment. They enjoy themselves. And we are passing on the message as well. So games, cooking demonstration, spice up the project.
We were able to note that language would be a barrier. So to mitigate that, we produced social and behavior change communication materials that addressed individuals to the understanding and knowledge level, where we had these materials printed and interpreted in the languages that the people would understand. And that was a good way of, passing across this information. And at the end of the day, the people understood, because for you to carry out SBC messages, the end result should be an understanding of those messages for you to actually have optimal results and impacts.
From the social behavioral change aspect of it, which we're expecting to see positive changes from people's behaviors, it has been achieved because practically the community volunteers were on field to teach our people in various areas, in various local governments, in various areas of location, the methods they should use to cook, and considering natural state, using just the rice, how you can go about putting vegetables to make your food balanced, eating up fruits and the biofortified fruits that GAIN is trying to see that people eat up daily. So all these were practicalized. People that didn't know about this vitamin A enriched food products are beginning to know about it, to the extent of farming it. Even I, as a person, I farmed it. Last year I farmed it, I ate out of it, and I'm still encouraging people to farm it from my own experience. So it has been a wonderful experience all the way.
Our aim is to ensure that people are more deliberate about what they consume, rather than consuming what we call analog staples. This time they should be very eager to consume the nutrient-rich staples. In our case, in the SNPs project, we are also promoting the production of these nutrient-rich staples. We want to ensure that these staples are readily available in the communities where we work. We have supported farmers with planting materials so that they can have access to the planting materials in the various communities. Even after the project closes out, we hope that these planting materials will still remain. Hence why we're doing what we call community seed multiplication. If after the project closes, we hope that these seed multipliers will continue to multiply the seed and will continue to have these nutrient-rich staples in the community for consumption.
I love that we're already putting our hands together. Please, can we make it louder for the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition? Thank you very much. That is innovative, and that is also very vital to what we're doing today, designing for legacy. Distinguished guests, this is now time for the interactive working session that we've called the Action Roundtable. Now, I've decided to call this next segment the Action Roundtable because when we go into this breakout sessions, we have different panelists and we also have moderators who will be leading the conversation in these various rooms. And if you notice, unlike other conferences where we have 5, 6, 7 breakout sessions, this time around we have 3 because we want to keep it focused on action-oriented conversations. That means when we go into these breakout sessions, while the moderators is engaging with the panelists, we also want the participants to also get involved. We want everyone to pull their weight. This is the point where you share your ideas, the place where you contribute to the conversation and we all co-create solutions that would help us design for legacy and also, build resilient and impact-driven food system in Nigeria. So I'm just going to read out the name of each of the sessions and the panelists in those breakout action roundtable and the rooms where it will be holding, and then the ushers would guide us as we decide on which of the action roundtable we'll be joining. So we're all expected to make a decision. Make sure you're joining one of the roundtables and don't just join. Please make sure your voice counts, that you contribute to the conversation. So the first roundtable would have this afternoon. We have the roundtable on exits ready, designing programs for financial independence and anchoring change in national system. That is the EU-based TARED, and that's EU-based TARED. What we mean is Agricultural Value Chain Facility, Transformative Agricultural System for Rural Economic Development, a program by the German Development Corporation and
Africa Works strategy. I am Fisayomi Kayode, and as a young woman myself, I am deeply honored to be moderating this session. I'm going to start with a bit of reality check. Today, about 60% of Africa's population are young people, and in the next 25 years, it sounds far, but 25 years is not so far away. 1 in every young person in the world will be an African. And out of that, about 70% of them will be women involved in agribusiness across Africa. So you can imagine how we should be committed to supporting them, providing enabling environments so that they can thrive in their agribusinesses. Before we dive in, let's take a quick poll. How many of us are young persons in the room under 35? I see just a few hands. Thank you. We are here because of you today. And this session is going to be quite interactive. We are going to be hearing from our star youth entrepreneurs, as well as taking questions from all of you in the room. At this point, I would like to invite the panelists that will be interacting with us today. And the first panelist we have is Dr. Oshasui Derisu. She is the Executive Director of Policy Innovation Center. Please welcome her to the stage. You're welcome. We also have Dr. Winnie Lai Sholari, a seasoned policy expert that has been working for over 30 years within the agri space, and we are honored to have her here. Please give her a round of applause. We are also happy to have Dr. Kingsley Uzoma, the Senior Special Advisor to the President on Agribusiness and Productivity Enhancement. You're welcome, sir. And finally, we have Barrister Segun Awolowo. He's the National Coordinator for African Continental Free Trade Area Implementation. I think we have one of our panelists missing, but we shall continue and hope that he joins us at some point. Thank you. Welcome once again to this session. And to start off, I would be going straight into my questions. Dr. Derisu, at PIC, you've supported the ministries, departments, and agencies to scale, test and scale different policy innovations. And would like to hear from you if you have current innovations or some planned innovations or policy innovations that is tailored to young entrepreneurs, especially women within the agribusiness space, and how is that coming along?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I really want to thank Sahel Consulting for this invitation and a great opportunity to talk about agriculture, which is really at the core of our country. Yes, we've had real opportunities over the past few years to support policy innovation, supporting governments to think outside the box with developing and implementing, developing policies, but also developing roadmaps and trying to reflect on the best approach to ensuring that we have policies. I always say, not policies on paper, but policies for humans. So policies that actually work in transforming lives, improving socioeconomic outcomes, and generally contributing to inclusive development. I'll speak to one of our most recent policy projects that would be relevant to this audience. So since last year, we have supported the Lagos State government in partnership with ASG to see how to come up with a policy roadmap for domestication of the women's economic empowerment policy in Lagos State. So over the last 1 year, one of the things we have done, because we also continuously innovate in-house as to how we can develop policies that are more relevant to people across different age and demographic groups. So one of the things we've done differently in approach to that work was to first of all ground our policy in theory and then start from bottom up. So trust me when I say we spoke to all the different groups that we could exhaust in Lagos. This policy is women economic empowerment policy, but it's speaking to some critical sectors. Emerging sectors is one, and the agric sector is one, creative sector, entrepreneurship, and a wide range of that. So we spoke to stakeholders across the value chain to just find out what do you want a policy to do for you? What are your needs? And how will a policy enhance the achievement of those needs? We had town hall meetings where women, for example, told us that, oh, well, whatever happens, we don't want to pay interest on loans. I mean, that's not always feasible, but just really feeling their pulse, the multiple taxation, informal taxes, what are all the different binding constraints that limit their capacity to grow and scale their businesses? And so we brought all this together and we had series of validation meetings, making sure there was representation across board, either in terms of age, in terms of sector, in terms of demographic groups, and even persons with disability. And then we finally came up with this roadmap that the governor graciously launched in July 2025. Where are we now? We're in a very interesting phase. So we call this the testing phase, because one of the things that we are passionate about with policy innovation is not just developing that roadmap and walking away. So we've used evidence to think about different iterations that would work for example, providing loans and providing some sort of business support to scale businesses. And over the next few months, we're going to be testing those policies. We're currently enrolling women. Some of them have even had some capacity building. So in the agri sector, in different sectors, market women, traders, rural farmers. And so over the next few months, we'll work out with them to see what model works in practice with actually empowering women. And then we can take these models back to the government so that the government has not just a policy roadmap that is alive, but also has models that that is evidence-driven, that we have states, that they can now utilize in scaling whatever opportunities come. Why is this important? Over the last few months, because of this evidence-based approach, we have been able to attract a wide range of support from banks, from financial institutions who see that we're not just doing something generic like you're giving out wheelbarrows, you're giving out farm implements. We're actually growing and co-creating together.
who is questioning the policy, who is analyzing the policy, who is helping the policy achieve exactly what it wants to achieve. So these are the gaps from my experience that we need to look at and see. First, multi-sectoral collaboration is very key if we have to reach more people to upscale and outscale. Two, we need to also have a monitoring and evaluation, policing of these policies, whichever one. Who is doing it? We need to know and then work together to achieve this. And then finally, the youth also need to take leadership. They're already doing that. But the leadership I am talking about now, in terms of ensuring that they are committed to policy, is to also ask on your platforms, existing platforms, see a lot of people come as individuals. You come as a group. In other countries, in Brazil, in Netherlands, you have cooperativism very strong. That's the voice you have. That's the platform you can leverage on. There's so many youth platforms that we have. We really do not need something new. We can leverage on what we have. And then I also know of a platform where you can go and ask questions. And that platform is the social media. You can ask your questions there and you can get answers. So don't let us only use TikTok and all of that. Let's use that our own social media handles to ask government questions, because it triggers reaction and it triggers government to look inwards and to do better, because they're actually doing the best they can. But if it's not the best that you expect, from your questions and your suggestions, we go back to the drawing board and we'll be meeting each other's needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we have an action point. Young people in the room, please organize yourselves and make your voices stronger so that you can come as one to, ask questions and ask for whatever policy changes that you need to help your agribusinesses thrive. Thank you, Dr. Winnie. Dr. Uzoma, you sit at the heart of the nation's agricultural reform agenda, and would like to hear from you what the presidency is doing to remove policy bottlenecks. I believe from the conversations we've had from Dr. Dirisu and Dr. Winnie, we still need to do some work around communication and provide big platform
for people that are displaced individuals. So you can see 30, 40, 70, 10, 80, and 5%. 85% of that program is being targeted at this very demographic that prior to the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that they were somehow disenfranchised or not being given that place. Also, recently, the president released 250 billion naira low interest credit facility for smallholder farmers, the Bank of Agri. And why? Most of the very people that are being targeted, they are the youths, are women, and women that, because of our social cultural dynamics, they don't have that collateral or credit history. This intervention by federal government is geared towards supporting them, unlocking that bottleneck so that women, youths, which constitute the vast majority of our smallholder farmers, can actually access government intervention at a very reduced interest rate. Also look at the Ministry of Youth Development. They have the Youth Farmer Registration Portal that is expected to onboard and create at least 6 million jobs time lifespan of this administration. Currently this year, they're targeting 500,000 farmers with access to input, market linkages, access to finance, training, and capacity building. Because one of the major limiting factors for women and youth very active in agricultural space, these very factors, lack of access to finance, input, land. So federal government is being very intentional in policy design and policy implementation and frameworking to make sure that things have been designed to open up the space specifically, intentionally for women, for youth, for people with disability, for internally displaced individuals that ab initio, they have that foundational or cultural barrier constraint for them to actually play equally with men agri-value chain ecosystem. The same Ministry of Youth Development, they have also supported some youth with solar power irrigation kits so that they can enhance their productivity. They did not make it open to everybody, but specifically targeted to youth and women. We have another federal government agency, the National Agricultural Land Development Authority, now that they have the youth, the National Youth Farmer Scheme Initiative. They have the Women Empowerment Program, working together with the First Lady under the Renewed Hope agenda to empower women. They are currently implementing that across the length and breadth of this country, empowering women with input, with seedlings, with street crops, so that they can be independent and stand on their own and have that that's when you call equity, so that they can be able to compete with the male folks who are the custodian of the land in Nigeria. The Small and Medium Enterprises Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDAN, they have the Agribusiness Development and Empowerment Program, which is targeting 10 million youths to support them with training, capacity, access to market, access to finance, connecting them with development partners so that they can have all what it takes to stand on their feet to begin to practice agriculture equally, shoulder by shoulder with the male folks. We also talk about the Ministry of Women Affairs. They have the WAVE program, Women Agri-Value Expansion Project, that is targeting 10 million women, specifically designed for women, to give them access. Government is designing a program that women make it easy for them to have the land titled under them so that they can access credit. They have women-specific loan program, input distribution program for women. The National Agricultural Development Fund, whose executive secretary just left for another program, they have the women window that's been designed in partnership with development partners that's targeting 2 million women to have access to low-cost credit, both for market access, for production, for post-harvest processing. All these things are geared towards enhancing and bringing to light Mr. President's interest and commitments to empowering the youth, empowering our women, empowering our mothers, empowering the disabled, empowering the disadvantaged demographics in our population. If you look at the program NADF is doing, the women window, Nothing has been done in this federation. A specific program by a major federal government fund targeting only women. Mr. President understands that women are somehow disadvantaged in Nigeria when it comes to access to finance, collateral. Also capacity building. Because of our cultural restrictions, some of the training, women are not allowed to access them. But now, government, through the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President, very laudable, very visionary policy of Mr. President, is opening up the space so that women can actively compete with men. The youth can compete, because for us to actually enhance production in Nigeria, we need to get the youth. Our old farmers are getting old. Agricultural transformation, technology, ability for the old people to adapt, to innovate is not there. It's very easy for the youth to actually adopt innovative practices in agriculture. And that is why Mr. President is paying a very special focus on that. And again, coming to the issue of cannot improve our productivity without the adoption of technology. And who are the people that are the very forefront of technological innovation and adoption in this country? If you look at the unicorns in Africa, 8 of them are in Nigeria, and those 8 are being founded by the youth. That is why Mr. President is very intentional in his policy design, policy implementation, policy framework, policy trust, to design programs that target the youth, to activate them. And he has this view that government should not be in the driver's seat of any agribusiness program. It should be driven by the private sector, and the private sector of interest to Mr. President: youth, women, people with disability. We have invested enough on men in the previous administrations, and we are still where we are today. Let's invest in our women, let's invest in our mothers, let's invest in the disabled people, demographics in our population, and let us see whether there will be a change. And you can see there has been a change. Last year, a bag of rice in December was 105,000 when I bought for empowerment. Last week, I was at the market every month I go to the market to sample prices. A bag of rice is 50,000, some are for something thousand. This is as a result of the very special, intentional intervention targeted at the women at the grassroots level for them to enhance their productivity, have access to all the required input support, fertilizer, irrigation, pesticides, access to insurance, extension, all given to them to enhance their productivity. And we saw the result, the collapse of the prices, and people are no longer talking about, oh, food prices are expensive. People are even talking about how can we do to enhance. But Mr. President is not yet done. He wants to bring down the food prices further down by increasing productivity per hectare, so that when the prices are lower, people will consume more and the farmers will sell more. It will no longer be the units. They will become rich not by just selling little, but by expanding their turnover, so that a lot of Nigerians will be well fed, will have that food and nutrition security in the country. The farmers will make enough money, sell enough, and will enjoy a win-win situation of prosperity, food security, driven by Mr. President targeted intervention, focusing on the youth and women in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Uzoma. You listed a lot of programs and initiatives, low interest credit facilities for youth and women. Through the Ministry of Youth and Development, we have the Youth Farmers Registration Portal, now that's initiative, SMIDAN, WAVE program, the Women Window by NADF. And I begin to wonder if the young people seated here today are even aware of all these programs and the opportunity it brings to them. And that means that after this event, we'll be knocking on your door so that we have these programs and we can share different opportunities to with the young people on how. I would now move on to Mrs. Franca. Mrs. Franca Ashimugo coordinates strategy and planning at AFCFTA. That's the African Continental Free Trade Area Implementation Office in Nigeria. And if you are aware, the AFCFTA's goal is to promote intra-Africa trade boost our economy and drive industrialization across the continent. And we have a lot of SMEs in the room, and they might not understand how to get started or tap into the opportunity of exporting their products within the regional markets. So what initiatives or programs and what platforms do you have to support these young women and people, and to ensure that they are export ready and they can access all of the processes involved?
Good afternoon, everyone. Well done, Sahel, on the good work. Before I answer your question, I'd like to throw some flesh on it so that there's an understanding of what we're talking about. So in the work that we do, we recognize that agribusinesses, particularly women and children, and youth, only produce for the local market. And this means that there is a poor awareness of the other opportunities that they have and how they can access them. And I will test that in this room right now. Knowledge test. You know about the AFCFTA? Can I see your hands up? You know what the AFCFTA means practically. You know how to access it. You know what to do with the AFCFTA. Okay. So do I have a few minutes to just talk about that so that, it makes a lot of sense? So you see, Africa has 55 countries, and out of these 55 countries, 54 have agreed to trade without borders. Now, what this means is Nigeria has agreed to trade with the remaining 53 other countries within these 54 that I've talked about. And they're saying that we're not going to be trading without borders anymore. And what this means is I can send my products to you and I will not be paying duties for my products to get into your country. And if you're sending your products to me, you'll be sending your products, and I will not be charging you duties for your products to get into my country. But this is not going to happen immediately. Under the AFCFTA, there are two categories of countries. Countries that are classified as developing countries and countries that are classified as least developing countries. But countries that are developing countries under the context of the AFCFTA, they have agreed that for 90% of their tradable products, they will not be collecting duties over it. That if this bottle of water, for instance, was to be going to a country like South Africa, which is a developing country, and this bottle of water, developing country under the AFCFTA context, and this bottle of water is just, let's say, is a 20% MFN, that's 20% duty. What this means is that after 5 years, South Africa is not going to be charging Nigeria anything to import that product into the country. So what you should have been paying as that 20% is going to be phased off over a 5-year period. So 20% off every year, because 20 times 5 is 100, right? So 20% off the duty every year until you get to the 5th year, and then you get 100% off. Now, there are countries like Nigeria that identify as least developing countries. Those countries will be phasing off their duties over a period of 10 years. So if it is still the same bottle of water coming from South Africa into Nigeria, it means that it is going to be phased off. The duty for this 20% duty on this product is going to be phased off over 10 years. So 10, 10, 10, 10, no, yeah? Yeah, 10, 10, 10% every year until it's done. Now, I know some people will be saying, why is Nigeria identifying as a least developing country under the AFCFTA? That's not a conversation for us. But what this means is that the opportunity for Nigeria is that it can still be earning from duties over this period instead of having it phased off almost immediately. Now, you as an agripreneur producing in Nigeria, what this means for you is there are other opportunities beyond the local market. There are other things that you, however, need to know before you can plug into these opportunities, like standards and certifications, because what we agree to in these local markets can be different from what other markets are willing to accept. Now, you have the product, you know the market where the product is going into, but you need to be able to say, for this, this produce, it has to be up to this certain standard before I can send it into this country. So the onus lies on you as the agribusiness to know what the country needs and what the country you're exporting to requires from your product, and you have to meet that expectation. Now, the AFCFTA creates a level playing field for everybody, and that's the beautiful thing about it. Men, women, youth, everybody, you can access it. You just need the information. And that's, the biggest place, the biggest space where we play information, because we don't think that enough of Nigerians know about this opportunity and how they can tap into it. Now, this is important because think about it like this. If 20%, if you were to be paying 20% of duty for this product, it means that when the product gets into that final market, you are in business for money. So that duty that you paid will be translated into the final cost of this product. But then since you're not paying that duty, it means that you're not going to be paying that extra cost, and it will beat down the cost of your product in that market. And it now gives your product a fighting chance in that market. When it is now put on the shelf side by side products from other parts of the world that have been able to hack industrialization and mass production, or the countries that I'm talking about. So that's the opportunity that the AFCFTA presents. Now, what we have done over the last 2 years, we have a women and youth program, and over the last 2 years, what we have done is, look at this particular demography to say, look, this demography is disadvantaged on a very good day. So what do we do to bring them to the front of the line for the AFCFTA? And then we, first of all, try to establish the products of opportunity under the AFCFTA so that not just people who were producers now, people who are business people and would want to tap into opportunities can see where the products of opportunities are, or, should I say produce of opportunities or commodities now, and decide to either be the ones who produce them or maybe aggregators for export, the value chain, that whole sort of thing. So we did some work, gathered some data to establish what the opportunities were, so that we can then have targeted interventions around these opportunities, specifically for women and youth. And we were able to establish particularly 10 products. Some of them are agricultural products and some of them are manufactured products. So on the agricultural side, I think we have oil palm, shea butter, spices, and quite a number of them that we established as where the opportunity lies. Now, this does not mean that if you're doing anything outside of this, there is no opportunity for you. What we just try to do is just to come up with the top 10 for Nigeria so that where the opportunities are can be very clear. What we did beyond that was to then develop market guides for these established opportunities so that it is very easy for you as an agripreneur trading in any of these spaces, working in any of these spaces, to say, oh, this is my produce, this is my commodity, this is where it can go to in Africa, where the opportunity is. And these are market entry requirements. So simplifying, getting your product from Nigeria into the African market. And then the third thing we did was to develop a platform, an e-platform that was to help give visibility to the people who were already in this space. And then the platform is also supposed to serve as a point of matchmaking for buyers and sellers, where they can see, interact, and then people can patronize and buy your commodities when they're already on the platform. And then the third thing you're supposed to do is, carry out practical trade. Now, this is what we've done last 2 years on the women and youth front for the AFCFTA. But beyond all of this, a lot of the work that we do centers around information and bringing to the Nigerian, the everyday Nigerian, what the opportunity of the AFCFTA is. Now, in the 6 years that we've been working, You know, there's a lot of work that's been going on, sensitizations and awareness building, capacity building around this space. But Nigeria is, we're a lot. We are a lot. And if we were to be doing 2,000 per state every year, it might seem like, you know, it's a big number. But if you put it on the backdrop of the population of, it's not a dent. So there's only so much we can do in bringing the information to you on what the AFCFTA is, and that's where a lot of our work is focused on.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Franca. Can you please share with us some information on those trade platforms and maybe a portal or website where young people can go to and access this information quickly? Yes.
Oh, there's a lot for the AFCFTA. So what I just tried to do was give you the AFCFTA in a few minutes. If you just Google AFCFTA, it's the new kid on the block and has been for the last few years. So everything, every resource you can find on the internet for the AFCFTA is something that should be very useful to you.
Thank you so much for pointing our direction to that. At this point, we are going to take a pause and have some of our young entrepreneurs come up stage to share their stories on how they've gone into agribusiness, their wins, and some of the challenges or barriers they've faced over the years. And in response, we will expect our panelists to react to the stories and share some of the commitments that they can give to support these young entrepreneurs and young people in the room in general. First, I have Rifkatu Williams, who is a graduate and a farmer in Kaduna, has a thriving business. Can you come up stage, please, to share your story? You tell us how you got started, some of the challenges and barriers you faced, and some of your wins. Thank you. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Good afternoon. I'm Rifkatu Williams Muzwate. I'm 26 years old from Yeshuri Karu local government area of Kaduna State. I'm into agri business. I'm into crop production and marketing. So my journey in agri business, which is farming, started with the interest and passion. Seeing my parents, I was inspired by my parents, trying to struggle for our survival. So within me, I said, no, farming is not a profitable business, which I don't even have much capital. How am I even going to start? So I was like all by myself thinking what we should do so that the business will be a profitable one, not just for survival. So along the line, you know, I went to school, they struggled and sent me to school. I graduated from ABU. So coming back to my village, I don't know, the perception in rural areas where we are is just that you manage, your parents send you to school, you're supposed to come back and have a decent government job, which we know in Nigeria, reverse is the case. So it's actually a very remote area. So people were like, oh, I was like an object of mockery. So I came back after school, no work, nothing to show for, rather than go back into farming. So people were like, graduates, that was how they used to look at the graduate. She's back now. We are coming back. She's coming back to where she left us. So I was like, it was another thing. So having access to land was actually difficult, and I don't have much capital. With a minimal capital, how am I going to actually start the business, the agri business? So I was like, I met my dad, I need a land. I want to start farming. He was like, we know this stereotype, gender bias issues. Women are not being given land for them to access or farm. Because, I don't know, is it cultural norms or so? We don't even have inheritance. So I was like, I need a land, please. So my dad was like, okay, he's giving me an acre. So where am I going to get the crops? What am I cultivating? So at first we were into conventional farming, and it was a monoculture. So I decided to start with rice farming. So I don't have minimal capital. I have to work with my hands to reduce the labor cost. So along the line last year, so SEL project, Juria came in. They came for sensitization, and it was a lot more. So they told us they are into regenerative agriculture, which restores soil fertility and so many processes to build a resilient and sustainable community for us and climate resilient communities. So I key into their idea, and I was curious and I was eager. I want to go into the business. So that regenerative agriculture teaches us, it shows us how to farm organically. It's an organic farming. We don't need, like the conventional farming, we know the cost of inputs, fertilizers, and it's another thing. So, and I don't have that at hand. So how do I key in? I key into the regenerative agriculture, where we use the animal droppings, the cow dungs, to farm. So we were being trained. I received trainings on compost making. We are into crop rotation, cover cropping, polyculture. So it gives me room, it has reduced costs, and it gave me room to actually farm. Well, another challenge is it was started again. I needed the land. That land, my dad was just giving me. He collected it the following year. I got the crops. So I didn't even use what I cultivated. He said it's for the family use. It's their land. So I just have nothing left. And it was actually something. I want to start up. I was inspired. I want to be self-reliant. I don't have to depend on anybody. That was just it. So I still have to, let's say, the males in my family, so they are being given land freely. They carry the land and give them. I was just like, I said, okay, my brother is going to farm. I said, help me and fetch a piece on your side. He said, no. And I said, okay, let's do this. Whatever it is that I gain, we share. So that was it. And he agreed. We key in and we started regenerative agriculture with an acre of farmland, where now I now cultivate. I've moved from 1 acre farmland to a hectare. And through the training I've received and through teamwork and collaboration, I now train farmers. I have over 200 farmers under me. And we are controlled. I have a mutual trust group where we come together as farmers. We share common ideas and we build. Access to finance is actually another thing for us. So monthly we do have meetings. So if you want to be a member of this mutual trust group, you will have to register with 200 Naira, and that is where we generate our income. And there was financial literacy. They are not financially literate, but through the training we have received through Project Juria SCL, still training farmers on financial literacy, record keeping, to help us manage our profits and so on. So, and again, into the polyculture, monoculture actually sometimes, it's not favorable. Why? Because as it is now, we have market price fluctuation. We don't have standard, the prices are fluctuating. So through polyculture, I was able to plant diverse crops, soya beans, granules, and so on and so forth, rice, you can name it, crop diversification. Regenerative agriculture has actually showed us it's trying to build a resilient community. I've created jobs to over 65 people, and I'm still hoping to do more. And I still hope to expand my business. I'm still a small scale farmer, and I hope to expand through the use, having access to finance, having access to local market, and infrastructure is actually also one of the challenges that we are facing in Kauru local government, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rifkatu, for sharing your story. And as you've heard, access to land, finance, and infrastructure are the biggest barriers she's faced over the years. And she also struggled with some level of stereotyping. And I can relate because I studied agriculture. And when I was an undergraduate, when I go home on holiday and people ask me, what are you studying in school? I would not answer because I was ashamed. So I really can relate with her story. And would hear from the second young entrepreneur before we get reaction from our panelists. Her name is Deborah Ayomide Shaba. She couldn't get a job after graduation, so she decided to create one for herself. She's currently into poultry farming. Deborah, please come up stage and in 5 minutes, share your story with us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Deborah Ayomide Shaba. I'm an agropreneur, poultry farmer specifically. So there's a stereotypes that we have whenever you see a person with disability or a person with albinism. We're like, she can't do it, can't see. So that is part of my story. Going out in search of a job, we're like, are you sure you can do this? There was a time I went out for an interview for teaching job, and they were like, if the student in your class should come out and call you, Oyibo Pepe, the way they normally say it, what would be your reaction? I said, I'm used to it. It's a normal thing. I won't beat that child. I will only correct the child by speaking to them. At the end of it, I didn't get it. And I'm tired of sitting at home. It was during my 1-year IT after my national diploma. So there was this person, a friend that called me that there's this registration going on. It's a project called Innovative Youth, like iYouth, under IITA, sponsored by MasterCard Foundation. That are my chance. And I say, I'm not doing anything, I'm free. That was how I went there, I registered, I was selected. I was trained because normally I love to be an independent person. I'm this type of person that I don't like to go around asking for help. This is what I want to make something for myself. I have to start asking for money here and there. I love to make my own money. And I do not want to learn the normal type of jobs we have around. I'm not saying that they are bad, they are okay, but I do not have interest in it. And again, sometimes my disability might stop me. My mom suggested fashion designing to me, but my eyes will not allow me. There are people doing it though, but I see it as stress. I do not want anything that will stress my eyes. So when IITA training came, it was a game changer for me. I was equipped with the necessary capacity, like they taught us step by step on what to do, how to do it, what stage, like stages of our business, how to go about it. And after the training, yeah, I was happy, thinking that, okay, maybe I'll find a way to save up some money from family, friends, and start up my own poultry farm, not knowing that they are still bringing in inputs. Not until they called us and, oh, come, we have something for you. I got the input, which is actually a carton of birds, chicken, broilers to be precise. That's 50 pieces. And thank God, out of the 50 pieces, I was able to raise successfully 47 out of it. And ever since then, I've been pushing it. I'm still on the run, trying to expand, because this business has helped me to go back to my HND, Higher National Diploma, and I'm done with that. So I'm using this opportunity to say to everyone in this gathering that do not look down on people, no matter the disability. Yes, there might be disability, but they are not dumb. They are not people that cannot do anything. They can think. They can function properly, just like everyone of us here. The only thing we need to do is to remove the barrier. When barrier is being removed, we can function as every other people. Just like IITA, they did not stigmatize me. They did not say, who are you, get out of here. They took me in. I did not even know that I'm a person with albinism because I was treated as everybody that was present during the training. And I'll use this opportunity to say thank you to IITA and thank you to MasterCard Foundation for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Deborah, for sharing your story. And thank you for not giving in to the criticism. Deborah. Yes, so we already have the first reaction. So now I'm going to turn to the panelists to get 1 or 2 reactions from them in response to the story they've heard. This is beyond the data that we throw out there every day. These are personal stories. And of course, we have many other young people that are facing these barriers and these challenges. And I'm going to throw the floor open. You can just react to the story and maybe share one commitment that you believe that you can do through your work or office to support these young people. Thank you.
Can I start? Thank you very much, and thank you to our young hearts that have just spoken to us. Just quickly, mentally, we have 70% of our population young adults. And that means we have 161 million young adults in Nigeria if you use 230 million population. And from Kano, you have about 11 million youth. And if you say 58 are in agriculture, you have 6 million youth. Down to Bayelsa, you have about 900,000 young people engaged in agriculture. And I'm bringing this up because data is key. In this country, we look at national for everything, but agriculture is on concurrent list. And so no matter what we do at the center, we cannot reach everyone. We need to also challenge the states and to come up with their programs. That's one, very important. Let's move from looking at policy from the national perspective to bring it down to states. What are they doing? I'm also calling for policing of policy, national and state level. We will get there. The other aspect I want to quickly talk about is how to get to the youth and women and youth. Let me tell you, when I was doing my PhD, I did a research on our Aldin program and some other programs we've had. And I asked questions and I worked in 5 states. I realized that it was only projects, special projects, that have the capacity to reach more people than even what government is doing. So I want us to look at this and to ask questions. Is it possible for us to have part of our budget across the ministries, particularly in the food systems, target this project and send funding and monitor how it is used? You've heard today, there's nobody, very few people will come up and say, government intervention got to me. because government intervention is so small and only projects can reach more people. So you can see it yourself. And also to call on the youth, let nobody, if you have read agriculture, let's start with that. You have read agriculture. If you take up the simplest form of feeding yourself and the next person, you will go places. Simply doing that, just feeding yourself and the next person. Perhaps it's poultry, perhaps it's sheep and goat, perhaps it's vegetable, and whatever it is. It's difficult. I am not saying it is easy, but I am saying it is possible. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for. Hello. Thank you very much for the two youths that just shared their experiences. I will first of all address the issue of access to land. Like I stated earlier, Mr. President is very intentional in every policy design, policy conceptualization, design, then the framework for implementation that is always stressing on how many percent of the beneficiaries allocated to women, to youth, to persons with disability, and also persons from internally displaced community, because he knows that they're already constrained, they are challenged. So we need to, fill up the gap where there are hole for them so that they can stand at an equal footing with others that are advantaged. So that being said, I will advise you, the piece of land you have, that's where the access to data, information, thank God to ICT. You can, at the comfort of your home, no matter the phone, the Android phone, you can browse and browse and browse and browse and get enough information. I'll give you an instance. 1 hectare of farm under, let's use cassava, under the conventional farmer field managed practices, people are getting between 6 to 10 tons per hectare. Within the same environment, not applying anything different, but just knowing how to manipulate the different factors of production within the agricultural ecosystem, optimize them, input minimization and output maximization. People are getting 35 to 40 tons. A farm, cassava farm in Ekiti State, about our farm. So that person that is adopting the traditionally conventional practice, getting 6 to 10 tons, let's give them the upper limit, 10 tons. A ton of cassava is 75,000 naira per ton. So that 10 tons is 750,000. That person will not make it. That person will be incurring losses. But the other person that have been able to adopt a good agronomic package of practice to optimize yield, making say 35 to 40. Let's even bring it down to the lower limit. This one disadvantage, we gave him the higher limit, 10 ton. have the value chain for northern value chain program for northern Nigeria. In that program, 40% is targeted to women. You're a woman. 30% for the youth. You're a youth. 10% for people with disabilities. So you have 80% opportunity. If you can't get access to that as a woman, you get access to that as a youth, you get access to that as a person with disability. And let me also tell you something. Who is managing the media here? I want your presentation, be able to find the very important points in them, compress it to 3 to 5 minutes. Send it to me with your permission. I will put it on platforms where people that have the capacity to change their life will see it. Mr. President will see it, the Vice President will see it. And it is now left for you and their God and their luck for you to find favor in the eyes of the people that will watch it. That can transform and change your life. All the ministers, I'll put it in a platform where people will see it. So fine-tune your presentation, or you do a fresh one and put it there. That may be the catalytic point in your life to move you to the next level.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ozoma. And I have a suggestion that we have more of them here, about 10 of them. So if you can work together, you remember what we said about collaboration and grouping yourselves. If you can work together on a pet project where you do a story video, just combine your stories so that we can send it to the presidency's office for reaction. In the interest of time, I'm going to
Make it short. If it's
very short videos, please.
If it's lengthy, nobody will listen to it. Go straight to the point. We use your media consultant to design it 3 to 5 minutes and start with an interesting. The beginning has to be interesting and catchy to sustain the interest and attention of the VIP that may want to watch it. If you cannot sustain his attention from the beginning, he has so many things dividing his attention. He will move over to the next thing that can sustain his attention. That's my guide.
Thank you. You've heard the guidelines, so the challenge is yours. Dr. Teresa.
Thank you. I just want to say it was inspiring listening to you. One of the things that we're very passionate about at the Policy Innovation Center is creating platforms for young people to innovate and do big things. At the Gender and Inclusion Summit that was concluded last month, we had a pitch hackathon. We had 450 young people pitch, and the winners not only got cash prizes to take their innovation forward, but they also got access, because we have an innovation and design lab, to come in and really test some of their products and initiatives and co-create solutions that work. So I would also suggest, as many of you who can take advantage of that, we will have an announcement shortly for young people to come in for a period of time and just incubate the ideas and possibly get support and funding to run those ideas. So if you follow the policyinnovationcenter.org, once those openings are out, please apply, and you never know, the sky is your limit.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Franca. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in this session. And we are happy that we have actionable next steps born out of this session. And I would like to also appreciate the MasterCard Foundation for hosting this roundtable, and hoping that by this time next year, we bring to you some of the outcomes and the results from our conversation. Thank you. And thank you so much to our esteemed panelists. We appreciate your reactions, your conversations, and your...
I want to use this opportunity to encourage all the youths here to be in tune with government policies. I can tell you, Mr. President is genuinely interested in the socio-economic transformation of the lives and livelihoods of our women. And this VCM program, when the first project appraisal document came, he asked how many percentage, and I wouldn't tell you, he threw it back, that you must include
guests. Please, a round of applause for all the panelists from our various action roundtable. Please, can we put our hands together for them? Okay, so the roundtable on Exit Ready Designing Program for Financial Independence and Anchoring Change in National System. If you had a great time at your roundtable, please make some noise. That noise is low. The level of your noise will tell me how you enjoyed it. Can you make some noise? Okay, so the noise is coming up. If you know that you were at the Action Roundtable on Sustaining Multi-Agency Governance for Climate Information System in Nigeria and you had a great time, can you make some noise? Okay, so if you know you joined the Breaking Barrier Youth and Women Entrepreneurs Shaping Policy Commitment, can you make some noise? Okay. All right, a big thank you to all speakers. Thank you very much for contributing your time, your insight on the theme of today's discussion. So we're quickly going to have the moderators from each of the roundtable come up quickly. They will tell us the actionable points. So we're looking at, we called it Action Roundtable. So what are the actionable points that, they're going to give us highlights from their roundtable and the actions they have committed to take within the next, after leaving this conference. So please, can we make welcome Afis Adeoye? Thank you very much. Next, can we make welcome Oluwafisayomi Kayode? All right, and please can we also have Hawa Ali? All right, thank you. So what we will do is, while they share the key takeaways and commitment, we'll also take 2 commitments from everyone on the audience. So you're going to tell us, if you didn't join any of the roundtable and we listen to their highlights and commitment, you can make your own commitment and say, okay, I work in this sector and I feel like this is what I want to contribute and this is the action I want to take going forward. So we'll have 2 openings for that. So we're quickly going to start with Hawa. Hawa, from your Action Roundtable, can you share with us the key takeaway and the actionable commitment from your roundtable?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So, during our roundtable discussion, the topic was strengthening multi-agency governance for climate information. Holder farmers, and they have committed to training 40,000 farmers in the next 2 to 5 years. I think we can give them a round of applause. And NIMET has also committed that it's an open field for climate actors to generate data and to be within the climate space. Now, the question would be, how would they do this and how would they know? And Sahel will play a key part in this. And then we also have the Ministry of Agriculture, specifically the Department of Extension, who have committed to training 755 extension agents on the adoption of resilient varieties in agriculture. And lastly, we have a commitment from Confluence Risk Mitigation, which is an NGO in Switzerland, and they focus on hazard risk modeling. And what they're committing to is to work with NISA and NIMET on precision flood information. So what that is, as an example, if they say a community is going to flood, it is where exactly in that community is the flooding going to happen. And if I'm 10 meters from the flood, the impact it would have on me compared to what the impact would be if I was 20 meters away. So these are the commitments. And the summary from this session is really coordination and collaboration. So as we all know, or some of us may know, most of these organizations, agencies, and ministries have very similar mandates, some of them cross-cutting. And we have the issue around duplication of efforts. And the purpose of these commitments and the purpose of these agencies coming together is to ensure that we are not replicating climate data information to the public. And we have one trusted source of data, climate data, that is getting to smallholder farmers and to the masses. Thank you.
For Howard, can we make that better? Thank you, thank you. We're almost done with today's conference, so I want you to give me that energy as we're wrapping up. You know, with this
Please would like you to take on this commitment to initiate youth and women development programs in partnership with private sector so that we don't always put the eyes and burden on the national government and the federal government to get these programs initiated. The onus is also on the state government to ensure that they empower and support the youths within their states. Thank you.
All right, please a round of applause for Oluwafisayo. Can we make it louder? Thank you very much. So while you were giving your takeaways and commitment, it was, I heard from Hawa mentioning a date. It's more like, this is what we're saying, we're committing to this by this date, we're meeting to have something. So is there one action that you can say from your roundtable is already in motion to, there's a date, there's a timeline attached to it, like the first highlight where you'd say, oh, for our roundtable, this is the first thing we are kicking off from. This is the first action we are taking from our session. So can we speak to that?
Yes, for the impact stories from the young persons, the SSA needs that video ASAP.
Okay.
And we are
all right. So
for the
we need
PIC
that.
hackathon, it happens next year, mid-year 2026.
Okay, so we have plans in place to follow up and also make sure they participate, right?
Exactly. Yes, we do.
Okay, so Afis, is there anyone you?
Yes, we do have actually, and it's actually very exciting to know this. Probably this one of the commitment I so much like, which is the fact that NADF wants to be the anchor for development project in terms of access to finance, and with that, we as a project from GIZ, the EU Vista project, we have this access to finance component that we will really indeed work with NADF so that whatever we are doing on this, carry them from now, because we just launched our project, so that by the time we end our project, they already know what we are doing, they know who our stakeholders are, so it will be easy for them to just take off from there. So that's probably where we are going to start from. Thank you.
Okay, please, a resounding applause for all our moderators who just shared the highlight from their session. Can we make it better? Thank you very much. Before I let you go, I would like to get some reaction and commitment from the audience. Based on the commitment and the highlight they've shared, I want one or two response to what they've said, either if you were in the roundtable or maybe you had something and you feel like my organization can support and commit to these. I just need at least two persons. So I will take the first two hand that goes up. Audience, reaction, feedback, commitment. Okay, so I believe we're all good. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please come put our hands together for our moderators. Thank you very much. So we're almost at the very end of today's event. And to take the votes of thanks and closing remarks, please come put our hands together as we make welcome the Chief Financial Officer, Sahel Consulting. Distinguished guests, please come put our hands together for Mr. Dolapo Adeseye. Please come put our hands together for him. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, partners, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we draw this year's Sahel Food System Changemaker Conference to a close, allow me on behalf of Sahel Consulting Agriculture and Nutrition Limited to express our profound gratitude to everyone that has made this day impactful and enduring. I will also offer the closing remark while doing this. Our theme for this year, Designing for Legacy, Building Resilient and Impact-Driven Food System, has not only guided our session and discussions today, it has actually opened our eyes to a collective truth that success is not just about program implemented or program completed. It's actually about the systems we've strengthened, the communities we've empowered, and also the system changes that have sustained us over time. Today has been rich in ideas, energy, and commitment. And I know you are going to agree with me that from the opening sessions to all the breakout sessions, we've actually have enough insight to take on. I will start from the Sahel Leadership Commitment, where they reaffirm our vision and mission, and also to the keynote address by Mrs. Ndidi Owundeli that has challenged us to design legacy and catalyze system through aligned vision, clear milestones, investing in partnership, and also succession plans. Every session has actually deepened our conviction that transformation is possible when vision meets collaboration. I should also touch base on the chairman address by Mr. Mezo Owundeli that has reminded us that building Africa's food future demands intentionality and shared ownership. Also to the executive reflections from leaders of CARE International, EFA International. We also have representatives from the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition Gain and also the German Development Corporation, GIZ, where they offer powerful global and local perspectives on how partnerships can evolve to ensuring what? An enduring impact. Then we move to the action roundtables. After looking at the SNIPS project featured by GAIN, where we have discussions around climate information services, youth and women entrepreneurship, and multi-agency collaboration. And you will agree with me that the message was very clear. Our food system will thrive when inclusion, data, and accountability shape our collective actions. We've also had commitment from the various comments from the leaders and moderators of the roundtables. And those final sessions has reminded us that legacy is not just a slogan, it is actually a responsibility. And that responsibility, everyone has been taking it, including those that have made commitments on the next actions. As leaders, professionals, investors, and even more citizens that we are. On that note, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to those that have made this event possible. To our very special guests and dignitaries, including the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Senator Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, and also the Honorable Minister for the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, ably represented by Mr. Nuhu Adamu. And we're also honored to have in our presence today former Governor of Anambra State, Mr. Peter Obi. We appreciate their leadership and for them honoring us with their presence. Our most profound appreciation goes to our development partners and collaborators, the National Agricultural Development Fund, the German Development Corporation, GIZ, the MasterCard Foundation, CARE International, EFA International, and of course, the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition Gain. We appreciate their unwavering commitment to agricultural transformation and ensuring that nutrition security is achieved across Africa. I would also like to extend gratitude to all our private sector-led leaders here today, including agribusiness champions, our exhibitors, and also innovators and Changemaker champions that we have present. They have redefined what inclusive growth is actually meant to look like. We thank you for translating these ideas into tangible impact. A special word of appreciation to our board chair, Mr. Mezo Owundeli, and our amazing board members that were ably represented here today by Ms. Oge Modi and Ms. Binta Masbin. Thank you for being amazing. A special appreciation also to the Sahel leadership team. Thanks for the vision and consistency in keeping the mission of this firm going. My job will not be done here today if I did not thank the efforts of the planning committee, our tireless staff at Sahel Consulting, and African food chain makers. And even looking at them now, they are still not looking tired. Thank you so much. To every member of the Sahel family, those that have worked behind the scenes and in the scenes, we thank you so much for making this day seamless. You are finally, so our participants and speakers, that we seek to build. As we leave this out, design programs that outlast the funding cycles, strengthens the system that sustains us all. These conversations do not end here. It goes to our boardrooms, our fields, and our communities, and wherever each of us would influences. On behalf of Sahel Consulting, I thank you for all being part of this year's conference and for working with us on this journey toward a resilient and nutrition-secure Africa. We wish you all safe travels to your destinations. We wish you all renewed inspirations, and we wish you continued commitment to building legacies. Thank you, and God bless you.
Distinguished guests, a round of applause for Mr. Dolapo. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, I wouldn't go without asking you to put your hands together for another set of persons who have been very cooperative, very patient, very engaging, very supportive. I'm talking about no other person than you seated here. Please, can you put your hands together for yourselves? Can we make it bigger? Can we make it better? Thank you very much. It has been an inspiring day of discussion, innovation, collaboration. And I want us to remember something, that legacy isn't built in a day. But something we've achieved today is that we have set the foundation for that already with all the discussions, with all the commitment. And I want you to know that at Sahel Consulting, we remain committed to transforming Nigeria's agricultural and nutritional landscape. And we're open to partnership and collaboration from all stakeholders. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you to all our speakers, to all our panelists, to all our exhibitors, and to every team member. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation. My name is McAnn, and it has been a pleasure serving as your host for this year's 2025 Sahel Food System Changemakers Conference. And I would say, see you next year. Thank you. So next, we're going to move for the lunch and networking session. So we have lunch prepared for every participant. So just take your way out and the ushers will direct you. But we want every member of Sahel Consulting and African Food Changemakers to come up on stage for the group photograph. All staff members of Sahel Consulting, African Food Changemakers, please let's come up on stage.